My sign that says, because I've not heard it. There's been like so many times I've gotten like halfway through a Zoom presentation and I'm like, and I didn't do it.
That just blew my mind. Zane, I didn't realize you were in the same room as everyone else. I thought you were in design studio. So when you just walked into that frame, I was like, whoa!
Instantly transported.
So actually I have mine set up so it starts recording automatically.
Oh, that sounds smart.
But see, then I just make sure not to start the meeting until class is ready to start.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. So
And the aggravating part is apparently whenever the first student signs in,
they start
it
recording.
starts recording. So I have like 5 minutes at the beginning. Hey, there's T-Mac.
With a working microphone now.
Hooray, we can hear you.
So welcome, T-Mac. We're glad that you could join us.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
So I think we've got maybe one more hot minute and we'll get started with Mary. So
Zane, do
Yes.
you want us to do what we did last year and everyone but the presenter turns off their cameras, or do you want us to stay?
So during the, depends on your level of comfort with technology. During the presentations, if y'all want to kill your cameras, then that's perfectly fine. But during the actual Q&A, I would like for you guys' cameras to be on so we can kind of see you and have you all kind of give feedback. So, but I mean, I'm largely just thinking of bandwidth measures. If things are running smoothly, then I think we're fine to just keep the cameras running. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to minimize you guys to kind of blow up Mary's presentation. So y'all aren't going to be much of a distraction
Hey,
either.
Kate's here.
Don't challenge Paul.
I wasn't sure you
I'll
were.
be professional.
So, all right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So thank you all for coming to our 2021 Senior Portfolio Critiques. We have many guest visitors on Zoom. Thank you, and welcome everyone for coming and attending. To kind of give you all an overview, so we're going to have several students presenting today. They're going to have 15 minutes to present their work. They've chosen a theme that they feel is representative of the work that they've been doing while they've been here at Berry College. And so as evaluators and judges, we've kind of given you a criteria to kind of help kind of, decide how well they have kind of stayed within that theme and the strength of the work that they have done. After the 15 minutes of presentation, we'll have an additional 10 minutes of Q&A, and we will start kind of with our invited judges. And once we've kind of probed our students on their work, if there's time remaining, we'll open it up to kind of the remaining gallery to ask questions or provide feedback. So our first presenter is Mary. And so I'm going to go ahead and load up her presentation, and I'm going to hand over the time to her. So I'm going to share our screen here. And we're going to minimize the folks here. And Mary, you are welcome to begin as soon as you're ready.
Okay, everyone. Hello, I am Mary Walters, and this is my senior portfolio critique.
Click on your actual presentation here, and that will probably get you started. Also, is the clicker on?
There it is.
Okay.
A little bit about me if you do not know me. Some of my passions and interests include user experience and user interface design, product design, entrepreneurship, sports, and travel. Today, I will be talking about my path to creative technologies, some of the work that I've completed over the last 3 years, and my plans for after graduation. So, some background. This is me competing in my first mock trial, and I fell in love with the idea of being a lawyer. So I went through all of high school and college, or entering college, with this idea in mind. Entered Berry undeclared pre-law, and I really just liked the idea that I could argue with people. But in my first semester of freshman year, I was randomly put in nature and mathematics class. And in that class, one of the days we came to Hackberry and explored all of the resources there, and we participated in the open house. So I completed my first very terrible CRT project for that class where I crocheted these headbands. But I am grateful for this terrible project because it introduced me to Hackberry and all of the amazing things that can happen here. So fast forward a year, sophomore year, I had some space in my schedule and I was still undeclared. So I just had decided to take CRT 101 and really got to experience all of the resources and the tools, and I fell in love with it. So CRT was super attractive to me because of the hands-on learning. I really liked that it wasn't tests and papers. It was actual getting your hands dirty in projects with tangible things. I also really liked the broad set of skills that I acquired, or that I could acquire with a CRT degree. It wasn't like nursing or education, where if you major in education, you're probably going to be a teacher, or if you major in nursing, you're probably going to be a nurse. I liked the options that I had. And then also when I looked at it and started to line up my schedule, I realized that my prerequisites lined up really well with CRT, and so I would be able to finish a year early. So I declared last January, and I spent the last 3 semesters blowing through CRT. When I look at these last 3 semesters, 4 projects stand out to me as my most meaningful work, and that is Merrily, Traffic Reader, Wooden Earrings, and Jump Check. So the theme that develops as you look at these projects to me is addressing consistently overlooked problems by proving their impact with quantifying technologies. And what this really means is the idea of challenging the status quo, taking a problem that is normally accepted by people as kind of just the way that it is, and challenging that through innovation and problem solving. Project number 1 is Merrily. This was my senior exit hackathon as well as my semester-long advanced entrepreneurship project. Merrily is an idea that I have for a business that would be a platform for people to buy, sell, and trade wedding-related items, and really help people plan their weddings in a more logical and effective way. The motivation for this came from my own frustration with the wedding planning process and just the lack of logic in the industry. You spend thousands of dollars buying wedding decor and 30 centerpieces and 300 candles, and then they sit in your basement for 6 months. You take them out for 6 hours, and then they go back in the basement for however long. It's wasteful, and it's really just illogical. So this is a problem that every bride and every person planning events faces. So I wanted to kind of bring attention to that, and the quantifying part would come with the posts that would be on this platform, like similar to Facebook Marketplace, to where people can post their different items that they have that they need to get rid of and connect other people that could use them. So for this project, I created a business plan. I did some market analysis with a customer survey. I completed the logo and branding and mission statement and the application prototype. So I use Balsamiq. If you don't know what that is, that's a mock-up program that lets you kind of create a mock app or web page that kind of gives you an idea for how an app would be laid out and function if it were to be developed. It lets you click on different icons that take you to different pages. And so I created a 9-page mobile application mockup and a 6-page web application mockup. This project really means a lot to me because it would be super helpful to my current situation. And I learned through talking to different people in the same situation that they also think that it would be a great idea. My next project is Traffic Reader. This project, we were tasked with finding a problem on Berry College's campus and quantifying that problem with data. So my partner and I created a device that read cars that were that passed or parked over it with a metal copper coil of wire, a capacitor, and an ESP32. And so the ESP32 would send the signals to our database, and we could capture when cars passed over it or stopped over it and for how long. This project obviously quantifies the issue at hand. And it was also just super important because the intersection that we chose to study is very dangerous. If you know Berry's campus, you probably know the 3-way stop by the Lad Center and Deerfield. Cars will consistently kind of just pull into the nook of the curve and just stop and wait for their friends or unload groceries or do all sorts of things that are simple but really cause a lot of issues to either bikers or pedestrians or other cars passing by because you can't see around the cars. And so we wanted to quantify this issue. My main responsibilities for this project included the PHP, MySQL database type stuff. So I made displays for the data for our website and for our aggregate data display. And we learned that most cars stop for 20 to 30 seconds, which was basically what we hypothesized because they are really just having a person hop in or out or unload groceries. And it was kind of cool to see because if you've been on Barry's campus, you've probably seen a car stopped there, but it's kind of just something that we accept and it's just kind of the way that it is. But this data is actually meaningful because it could be taken to Barry and you know, they could actually do something about the problem and fix the intersection or have better patrol there. And it would create a more safe campus. My next project is laser etched wooden earrings. This project is simple, but it is really what made me fall in love with CRT. This was my CRT 101 project, and it really opened my eyes to all the different possibilities that were available if I were to start on this track. The motivation for this project came from my sister. She struggles to wear long, dangly earrings because they're really heavy and they weigh on your ears, it hurts your head, and she has a stretched out earlobe. And so if the earrings are too heavy, then it just stretches it further. And so she can't wear the pretty earrings. So I wanted to create a substitute for that, for the metal that most earrings are made out of, and chose wood, which worked really well because it was about a third of the weight of metal earrings. And then during my user testing for this, I found that even people who don't necessarily consider themselves to have sensitive ears also really liked the style and the feel of wearing them because it was a better alternative to the heavy metal ones. And then in last semester in the commercialization and innovation class, I actually took this a step further and made a plan for if I were to make 1,000 of these and open an Etsy shop, what that would look like. And I found that I could actually profit about $10 per pair of earring if I were to launch this. And so this project relates to the theme because it's taking an idea of these metal earrings that we kind of just, that's the standard for jewelry right now. And it challenges that and improves upon that idea and draws attention to the people who may struggle to wear those earrings, but gives them a fashionable alternative. The last project I will be talking about, I wish I could talk about for 15 minutes alone. It's my capstone project, and it is called Jump Check. And it is a training aid to prevent ACL injuries in high school female athletes. This project means a lot to me personally, and it was really fun to work on. So if you don't know, an ACL injury is something that every athlete dreads. It normally takes about a year to recover from it. You have to go through surgery, months of rehab, and it's just a lot of sacrifice for time and money. So it's something that you want to avoid at all costs. Unfortunately, females are much more likely to tear their ACLs than male athletes because of anatomical differences and poor form. Obviously, there's not too much I can do about the anatomical differences, so I wanted to attack the poor form aspect. And so during my task analysis, I really looked at what causes an ACL tear in a specific movement. During my research, I determined that 70% of ACL injuries occur in a non-contact instance. And so that means that it's really just an incorrect movement by the athlete. You can see in this instance of someone tearing their ACL, his leg is extremely straight and he's landing heel first, which creates a ton of pressure on the knee and makes the ACL snap. And so with this in mind, this is typically, I watched tons of gruesome injuries, and this was the consistent theme through them all, as people are just landing incorrectly. So this was the problem that I wanted to attack. And I decided to do that with a WeFit balance board and a processing sketch. So the WeFit board can take the pressure distribution readings between the front sensors and the back sensors of the board to ensure that the athlete is landing on their toes instead of their heels. Their toes is much more athletic and much safer for their knees. And so that's really what I was trying to achieve. This project's super meaningful to me, and obviously it quantifies a problem. This is something that we kind of just accept as that females are just more likely to tear their ACLs than males. It's just, oh, it's just another thing, difference between males and females. And very little research has been done as for why and how. And so I really wanted to dedicate the attention to these females in general, but specifically high schoolers, because of how they are the most at risk. And so my findings with this was that a lot of people thought that it was a really good idea to talk to my trainers. I talked to other people that have witnessed ACL injuries, treated ACL injuries, and they agree that this is a great foundation for building muscle memory for ACL or for movements that don't strain the ACL. And so with this, athletes could use it as a training aid to better understand how to move and not put their knees at risk. And then with this, they would be able to hopefully transfer that to their sport and be able to move more effectively and build off of this basic movement from other more safe movements. Next steps. I am currently searching and applying for a product design or project management position. This is an example of a project or of a job posting that's very attractive to me. And I really just, this is for a, it uses a lot of mock-ups and balsamic and that type of thing, which is very attractive to me. And I really like that it's remote and global, because for my situation, I'll be moving to Israel in August, and I would prefer a remote job where they don't really care what time zone I'm working from. So that job would be really good for me. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing and bring up our wonderful panel. All right, so thank you, Mary. So yeah, I want to kind of open up for questions and feedback. We'll start kind of with our external evaluators and our faculty, and then we'll open up to our alumni after that. So what questions or feedback do we have for Mary?
Yeah, so I like your theme a lot, right? Because I think all your projects did a good job of being in line with that theme. But I'm kind of wondering, so like, it's still kind of general, right? So, as you said, you solve overlooked problems by, by finding databases. I wonder, as you go into the future, based on what you've learned throughout the program, how do you think you identify these overlooked problems?
That's a good question. Most of them came from just my own experiences. Actually, really, all of them did. For the wedding-based app, I was in my basement looking at all my wedding decorations and getting frustrated at the fact that they were just sitting down there for months and months until they could be used. For the earrings, I was talking to my sister, and she was saying how jealous she was that I could be wearing these pretty earrings, but she couldn't because they're too heavy. For a traffic reader, I'm a huge justice person. And when I see those people parked there endangering other people, I'm like, that is wrong. And then for the ACL injury, I tore my ACL about 1.5 years ago, and I've had tons of teammates experience the same thing. So it all came from personal experience. And that's why all of these projects are super meaningful to me.
Yeah, that was my question as well. So you stole my question, Chris, but the challenge, I think, with consistently overlooked is how do you learn to look for things that are overlooked? And what's the methodology behind that? That seems challenging to me. Yeah. Let's see. What was mine? Go ahead if you got one.
Zane, I didn't know if I was a external evaluator or a Berry alum, since I fall in both categories.
I think you'll fit the category, but we would love to hear your thoughts now, T-Mac. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mary, I was super impressed with the scope of technologies that you've exposed yourself to in solving problems. And I'd like to echo Dr. Grout's comments about being able to see problems, training yourself to see problems. and to push back against them. It sounds like you've been oriented towards pushing back against problems that you've seen since your teenage years, and probably, if we could talk to your parents even before then. You're sort of lucky in that regard. I've got some questions about the program that you've gone through, the CRT program. Besides applying the technologies that you've learned to your projects, have you found yourself applying CRT skills outside of your coursework?
I definitely have. Yes, in all sorts of things. CRT just makes you look at the world differently. Honestly, it makes you search for the problems and all sorts of other issues. I've always, like you were saying, I've always been a pushback person and very analytical. And I think that CRT has just opened the door for all sorts of new opportunities and challenges. CRT, I never envisioned myself doing anything techie whatsoever. Last January, when I declared, I had never touched a breadboard, I had never written a line of code. Like I did not have any of the skills. So in these 3 semesters, I really have honestly kind of redefined who I am. And so that has bled through to every different aspect of my life. And my parents have kind of been like, what's going on?
And if you were talking to other students about a major, what about the CRT program would you recommend? What should they be looking forward to if they decide to major in creative technologies?
I think that CRT, if you let it, it pushes your limits in every aspect, and kind of just challenges you as an individual. The personal challenge and the personal growth that I've felt through the different classes and projects and things, that's the thing that I am most proud of. And I was actually talking to someone who just declared CRT a few weeks ago. And he declared a few weeks ago, and I was talking to him last weekend, and I was giving him advice, and I was telling him, take advantage of all the open lab hours and all the help you can get. But I was just telling him to be open to the challenges and not just rise to the occasion instead of just making excuses.
Well, thank you.
So I have a question for you, Mary. You had mentioned that you kind of really threw yourself into this and completed the bulk of the program in 3 semesters, which in and of itself, I have to imagine, brings a lot of challenges. Can you share with us either a singular experience when you kind of really learned something either about the program or yourself in that kind of moment of really kind of taking on a bulk of the program all in one go?
Boy, I know that there is some. Probably this semester in 499, which is the capstone class where I did jump check, just gaining confidence. I honestly thought that I was just coming in so late and not having any technical background whatsoever. I just always thought that I was so behind. I had no confidence in any of my abilities. I felt like I shouldn't be asking these questions as a junior or as a senior. And so I always beat myself up about that. But then this semester, I kind of realized how much I am capable of and how much I have grown in the last year. And so really 499 as a whole, and really, I guess, probably turning in jump check, the demonstration in class where it was actually due and I had to demonstrate it and it worked. That moment where I was like, I really did this.
Very good. Thank you.
It's always a scary time. So I taught the class where you developed the plan for your earrings, and somehow the lightweight aspect of that was lost on me. I missed it. I'm thinking about all of the different ways that you could, all the different materials you could exploit to make lightweight jewelry. I think that's fascinating. I think there's lots of opportunities there.
Yes, the wood is very trendy right now too. That it's just the laser cut wood and stuff. I've noticed it more and more. But yes.
But I'm thinking, you know, you could do fabrics, you could do like fiberglass with a fabric rather than using fiberglass. You could use a rayon or a nylon or something. And it seems like there would be all kinds of possibilities. Plus, there's all these ways of metallizing things that's super lightweight. I'm currently using a powder to get a chrome finish on plastic. I think there's all kinds of opportunities. That's probably not a critique, but just it's a yes and.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would just like to say, Mary, it was a really good presentation. And I think everyone touched on your approaches and your process and your way of thinking. I love that. I also want to touch on your presentation skills. Very good. Very, very nicely done. So thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Okay. So other visitors and alumni. So we can open up for your comments and feedback, please.
Yeah, so good Lord, girl, 3 semesters. That's insane. That's wild. Not only that, but you know, I think you had half a semester that wasn't COVID in those 3. That's insane. Congratulations. It's really impressive. As well, like on your presenting skills and just I think part of why your presentation was so good is that you can really tell that while you were working on these projects, you were thinking about them, which like sounds weird to say, but like you were thinking about the impact that they were going to have on people. You weren't just making things to make. Like as you were presenting, I was coming up with these questions like, well, why this? But then you immediately addressed it. So it's impressive that you were very intentional in your designs and everything. So I'm interested because you had, I would say, half of a normal semester, a remote semester, and then 2 COVID impacted semesters. So how, I think the alumni that I see in the chat now are kind of, we had half a COVID semester and the rest were all normal. Do you feel like you were able to, take part of the community of the lab adequately? Do you feel like you were impacted by COVID, or you felt like you were able to kind of explore and create like a normal setting?
I feel like this semester has definitely been the best in regards to that. It was a little bit different for me coming into like last August, coming into my senior year, kind of not really knowing my senior class at all, besides a couple people. And so that was definitely new, but this semester, we've really, for the most part, been able to do everything normally, which I've really been grateful for. It was very odd last spring to have it kind of cut off in the middle of it, and I had started to develop relationships, but not as much. But this semester, it really has gotten a lot better, and I feel as if I'm more part of the lab now. Yes.
Good.
So one of the things that I like about the lab was that in my first class with Zane, he said, we're a big lab. We have lots of different tools, but you'll eventually find your passion and you'll pursue it. And what he meant by that was, some of us grow up to be programmers. Some of us love 3D printers, and so we focus on 3D printing. You in 3 semesters have just done it all, and through your presentation, we've seen it all. On my presentation, I focused pretty solely on the web design aspect that I've done. So I'm very curious, what do you think that if you had to nail down your one thing, what would you say is your one thing? And, it's perfectly fine if you say, oh, I'm a generalist and I like it all.
I definitely don't like it all. I do not want to program again. But I would probably say merrily with the balsamic and the web prototype, I really, really enjoyed that, and just kind of thinking through the entrepreneurial aspect. I definitely think that I still have a general interest for a lot of different things, but if I had to pick kind of one thing that I would say is my focus coming out of CRT, it probably would be that.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
what was that? Oh, sorry.
No, again, I think you're gonna be our last question for Mary, so go ahead, please.
Okay. So first of all, like I think it took me about I needed about 4 semesters to get most of the like major like coursework for CRT. So once again, congrats on doing it in 3. I know a slightly different version of that pain, but congratulations. And this is a question specifically about jump check. So you said that it was geared more towards female athletes, but I'm curious, so what specifically is it about the technology that kind of serves that purpose? Because like I can tell that you tested it mostly with female athletes, and that's who you're, for lack of a better term, like marketing it towards. But I'm just wondering like what kind of like technical aspects about it, take women into consideration.
Yeah, so the technology itself definitely could be used by people of any age or gender. There's not really anything specific about the technology. The female aspect of it came more in my research. The poor form really does happen more in the female athletics world than the male. And that's why I know that the GIF was of a man, but that's really because sports are just so focused on male athletes. You hear about the male ACL injuries a lot more. So it was more so in my research and trying to help those female athletes, since they really experience it so much more and they experience the poor form more, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Though I do remember reading some results about the specific prompts and the voice that you were using in your technology. You want to speak to that a little bit in
That's
terms
true.
of how you customize it for your female audience?
Yes, so there was auditory cues for, I guess I really didn't get into this either, but when you jump on the board, it gives you 1 of 4 grades. Correct, both knees incorrect, left knee incorrect, or right knee incorrect. And so it can kind of differentiate if you're like leaning more to one side, or if you are landing too much on your heels on one or both of your legs. And so the voice, the auditory feedback for the athlete that's jumping is a female, like a pleasant sounding female voice. And my user testers both really liked that it was a female voice, because everything ever related to sports is male. The voice is male, the design is male, the demonstrator is male. And so they both really liked that it was the female voice, and that it did seem like it was more geared towards females. That's true. Yes, thank you, Zane.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, critic panel, for your excellent questions. We're going to move on to our next presenter. So Clay Jones. So we're going to get him loaded up here. Okay, the clicker is there. You can start whenever you're ready.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Clay Jones. My only major is creative technologies, and my 2 minors are web development and business administration.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can click and then it'll take over.
So a little bit about me. There's a few pictures of me. I'm from Marietta, Georgia, and over the past 4 years, I've been attending Barry. And I've been on the tennis team, and I've had the privilege the past 2 years to be the captain. So before I came to college, I've always been interested in figuring out how things work, designing and building things on my own, taking apart things. And coming into college, I thought that I was going to be an engineering major, and I actually was. And then 2 weeks before school started, I decided to change my major, as I didn't want to do as much math and science. And my senior year of high school, I also did a independent study where I basically taught myself how to use Fusion 360 and 3D printed all of my projects that I made. And as soon as I went on the Berry website and was looking at different majors that I could choose, I saw the creative tech one, and I kind of fell in love with the idea that I could do 3D printing as part of my major. So my sophomore year, I fell in love with computers and computer hardware, which brings me to my theme, which is troubleshooting computer hardware and custom desktop builds and laptops. So like I said, my sophomore year, I was able to build my first desktop computer, which is there on the left. It's not very pretty. Didn't have a whole lot of budget, so I kind of got the base components and put it in the case. And then on the right here is my current desktop. It's much more flashy. I enjoy it a lot more. So this love for computers is kind of been brought up, or I guess like brought into all my projects, and that first one being the Toolbox PC. So I designed this my first semester junior year, right before quarantine. I made this for a hackathon class, and the idea behind it was to put a PC inside of a toolbox so I could take it to dorm rooms and LAN parties. Basically have the power of a desktop, but make it kind of like a laptop where it can be portable. So I was able to fit a standard size motherboard, power supply, and I was even able to fit a cooling fan with the air flowing from the left to the right over the motherboard and out to the power supply. Some design limitations here is because I had to complete it in 4 hours. Some of the cuts I made weren't so precise, and some of the parts were mounted using hot glue, which I ended up fixing later by going back and adding screws so that parts wouldn't fall out as I was carrying it around. But this whole idea of putting a PC inside of a case that's not traditional really intrigued me, and it eventually led me to my exit hackathon, where I kind of revisited this idea and made a toaster PC, which is essentially where I built a full-size PC inside of a double-wide toaster. This is probably one of the hardest projects that I've taken on, and I was really happy with the results. The space constraints alone made this project really hard. Parts, as you can see here, some of the parts actually had to be stacked on top of each other. The inspiration behind this project was a friend of mine who's also a creative tech major, Chase Southerners. He and I are always joking around with each other about how your PC is a toaster, which is kind of the worst insult that you can get. It means your PC is really hot and runs really slow. So I decided just to make this into an actual form. This was, again, I used parts that I pulled out of I got from a thrift store and recycling centers, so that I didn't have to really pay for a whole lot of computer parts. So in building those cases, non-traditional cases, I wanted kind of to design my own case that was traditional. So for Chris's Fusion class, I was able to design a PC case that, and the design behind this was meant to be laser cutted. I never got around to doing it, but it's also clear. I've always loved clear electronics. I like seeing how things work from the inside. So this is all acrylic, designed in Fusion. And it was fully constrained, and I even got to design some of the motherboard and the graphics card and some of the other components inside the case. This is not unlike a traditional case. The air intake is at the bottom of the case and the exhaust at the top, because the whole idea behind that was maybe heat rises, maybe this will improve airflow. Yeah. And then this whole love for computers leads me to my next project, which is Cypher IT. So for those of you who don't know, usually the BITS program has kind of a student run on the side business that people take over every year. So me and Chase Summers, who I mentioned earlier, creative tech student, took this business over from another graduate, his name's Josh Cutter, and we were able to fix students and faculty's laptops, hard drives, all sorts of electronics on campus at a much lower price than ones around Rome. So I learned a lot from this, and I really came to love helping people and fixing their issues for a lot less than it costs. And our senior year, we were able to roll this into our entrepreneurship class, into our final project, where we were able to actually add 2 more people onto the team, 2 more creative tech students, one who did the accounting and finances. We were able to see how the finances actually, how much we were actually making each semester. So we ended up making around $200 to $400 extra per semester because Chase and I kept track of all the parts we ordered, as well as how much money we were making. So we got to see that result. And then another colleague actually got to hand out our business cards and promote our business from bits. So when they couldn't solve an issue, they basically referred out to us, and we got to fix computers. And then this whole idea of troubleshooting and fixing people's computers led me into my capstone research, which is first-time Windows PC builders experience overheating issues and air-cooled systems due to poor case design and layout. So in my initial research, I found that I wanted to focus on positive airflow, positive case airflow in systems. And that is more air than coming into the computer than out. And the reason I focused on this is because it's most common among first-time builders to set up their system this way. It's how most cases come from manufacturers laid out when they have fans pre-installed. And also it prevents less dust from getting in the computer over time, which in turn improves cooling performance over the future. So here on the right is just a picture of basically the general layout that the users would be with their PC. And that's just some crucial aspects of it is nothing blocking the air intake and nothing blocking the exhaust, so airflow is optimal through them. So this is the prototype that I had initially come up with. It consists of 2 fans inside the case, one cooling the CPU and one cooling the GPU. These are the 2 hottest components in the case, and are most responsible for all the, or kind of responsible for all the performance gains inside of a case or inside your system. So I designed 2 mounts, one for the GPU. The GPU mount had 2 potentiometers mounted to it, and the idea behind this was so that since users are unfamiliar with the software issues or with software solutions that control fan speed, they were able to just have a knob that they could turn to increase airflow throughout the system. And then the GPU bracket kind of mounted similar to a GPU. I did this because users are familiar with inserting their GPU into their PC, so I designed it this way so it could fit in similar to GPU. And then the CPU bracket mounted on the top of the case in a 120 millimeter fan mount, and it's adjustable, so it could be routed around things like CD or floppy drives, which is 5¼ inch bay, which many cases still contain today. But I had to make sure that there was a way to adjust around that, even though those are phasing out slowly. So about me in the future. So what I want to do is over the next 1 to 5 years, I plan on working, just getting a job in a general IT field. 2 certifications that I've been wanting to pursue after graduation is just my general A+ certification, which is just the one for general IT work, and then my CCNA, which is Cisco's certification for networking. This will help when I work with servers. And in between my sophomore and my junior year, I did an internship with a company called Cana Communications in Kennesaw, Georgia, and I did general IT work for them as well as some CAD work for them. They're a fire alarm systems company, so I got to learn how to lay out fire alarm systems. It was really interesting, but what this made me realize is that IT work it's tedious and becomes kind of a grind over the long run. So that's why I kind of wanted to just do this, because I know I can get a job in this one right out of college. It's in demand. And then in the background while I'm doing this, my ideal job would be in the 3D modeling field. Ideally working with a program like Fusion 360, because that's one that I have experience in, but I'd be open into working with other programs like SolidWorks, because they're very similar to Fusion. And a job that I found really interesting last semester that I would consider kind of a dream job would be with a company called SteelSeries. They design peripherals for computers, so monitors, mouse pads, mouses, headsets, keyboards. And they wanted someone to do 3D modeling for their product design. And obviously you've seen that I've had a big passion for computers, so I thought this might be something that would be perfect for me. So.
Very good. Thank you. All right, so let's open it up for questions and feedback, please.
Yeah, so just seeing your process as you presented here. So you had the toolbox computer, then you had the fusion model and the toaster and all that, and capstone. So it's clear that all of your projects have kind of built off of each other, right? They're all
Correct.
There's clearly an iteration.
Correct.
And so could you expand more about what you've learned as you've done one project went from the next? You know, what did you learn along the way, and how did that improve your project that you did later on as opposed to one you did earlier?
Okay. So in the beginning, I really had no knowledge of computer hardware in general. And then as I developed each project, I learned a little bit more about computers and how air flowed throughout the system, as well as how tedious it is to measure out each individual standard that a computer is built on. So like the ATX standard, or just like how precise the measurements have to be for a graphics card to fit in place. So as I kind of iterated on each one of those, I kind of learned more about those standards and how and why computer cases are designed the way they are.
I'll open the chat. Some of this. Okay. So actually expanding on that idea, I know a lot of times the process of, designing things, whether it's kind of, putting the components of a, PC into a toaster, or even just modeling, an existing PC in Fusion, a lot of times that will kind of help you find insights about the way that PCs are designed in general. From this process, did you kind of gain any specific insights into why PC components are, designed the way they are, the way that they're configured the way they are? What kind of specific design insights did you have into PC design as you worked on these projects?
Okay, so the first thing that I've noticed is a lot of these standards are really old. I've kind of seen that they're like the hard drive standard has been there for a long time with the mounting holes. And researching these, I've always wondered why they've stayed the same, and they've stayed the same, obviously, compatibility. So that's one of the main insights that I've kind of gained.
So with that idea of like standards, so like you said, compatibility is always kind of a really important thing. But we've seen iterations on like, USB compatibility has kind of evolved over time, sometimes with many headaches that come along with that. What do you think is one standard that is past its prime that really does need to change, and you think would pose a significant improvement into how PCs are designed in the first place? What would you change?
In terms of just motherboard size and how things interface with the motherboard, I'd say a lot of the connectors for the motherboard are out of style. So I know a lot of like storage devices and other devices that plug into the motherboard are actually switching to PCI. So that's where the graphics card mounts the vertical slots. So eventually I think cases are going to have to change to have more of those slots, because so many things are moving towards that standard. So it'll be interesting to see if the fans inside a computer stay the same in the same layout and the same orientation, two in the front and one in the back.
Thank you very much.
So help someone who is not proficient in this knowledge. It looked like you were saying you put more air in than you take out.
Correct.
So isn't there a first law of thermodynamics about, how does that happen? Does it expand? So you're saying that there's higher pressure in the machine than outside the machine.
Correct.
Okay. Why is that better?
Actually, I've watched a video on this, and it all has to come down to it all comes down to dust. Inside the system, dust is really bad for your computer as it builds up over time, and causes components to overheat. And the two in the front and the one in the back, usually the two fans in the front have some sort of filter associated with them, so that the dust is filtered out. I've actually they've tested other configurations over time. Over the span of a year, they left 3 computers on with different fan configurations, and actually found that this one left the least amount of dust inside the computer. So one being positive and one being neutral, or one being negative, one being neutral. So what they found was if it was negative, if it was a negative system, the components got hotter because obviously all the air is coming out of the system, and two, that parts of the case that weren't sealed properly were actually pulling in dust.
So it may be analogous with like a clean room where they maintain a positive air pressure flow that's constantly pushing out contaminants, as opposed to a negative air pressure environment that actually would bring in
Correct.
contaminants. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Other questions from our panelists?
Sure. Clay, wow, you made me think of a guy named Michael Dell. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but he turned his passion for building computers in a dorm room into a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And so he definitely came to mind during your presentation. I loved your I'll call them whimsical PC builds. Your toaster build, I thought that was just so cool. The toolbox build, I thought was really, really cool. With the toaster build, did you actually use any of the toaster interface to turn on the computer or to adjust, volume or anything like that?
So that was the original plan, but it being a hackathon and me only having 4 hours, I really only had time to put the basically shove all the components inside this toaster. But I still have it built, and I plan on revisiting it in the future. So that is a possibility.
Yeah, I think it occurred to me there might be kind of a niche business, building PCs like that and making them available, particularly if they had those types of interface elements, like an old FM radio, or the toaster. The toaster I thought was brilliant, and the toolbox made me think of people who need to be on the move, but find their laptops a little fragile, and the hardened industrial laptops incredibly expensive. And I thought, your idea of, let's go with the toolbox. There's a lot of room inside. You can cool it in a whole bunch of ways, and it has that ready to go feel because it the toolbox look. It made me think that there might be a business in that as well. And just to throw this out at you, I thought of an aquarium PC. And I'll just stop there. But I love your presentation. I love your enthusiasm for for PCs, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. There's actually, speaking to that aquarium build, there actually is someone who's built an aquarium PC, and they've actually filled the entire rig up with mineral oil because it's non-conductive, and cooled it that way. It was a really cool build.
I want to kind of play off of T-Mac's comments a little bit about kind of that business acumen. And this is just kind of a comment. One of the things I thought was really interesting about your presentation was when you were talking about Cypher IT, you talking about bringing in additional help to kind of look at various aspects of the business. And I thought it was very interesting that you guys used that idea of kind of tracking where money was going or what money was coming in, and that you allowed that to specifically shape how you were running the business to increase your profits. It was a very kind of small sentence that you inserted there, where we had somebody come in and help us with our finances, and the fact that that changed the way that you were ordering components and dealing with customers, and that increased your profit. That's something really cool to be proud about. And you kind of just snuck that in there really subtly, but I think that's a really big deal that you're kind of using these ideas to just make your ideas more profitable. I thought that was really nice.
Any chance I was linked to profit first? Oh, all right. One can hope,
So other comments, feedback?
I really enjoyed the way you repurpose your materials. I also really like that niche concept of trying to take ordinary or different objects and make them more interactive by transforming them into computers. And it kind of makes me think of some of the technology that goes into creating something like a meow wolf. If you haven't seen that, that's applying this to artistic and aesthetics in installation work. This is something that would be really exciting to see. So good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
In your for your capstone project specifically, were you able to see a quantifiable difference between your prototype working in a computer and a computer without it, or did that take too long to actually test and see?
So yes, I was able to. I forgot to. I probably lost. I probably didn't even mention it because I'm super nervous. But but yeah, I was able to see about a 3 to 5 degrees difference on each component, and I ran benchmarks, and I actually saw like some 5% improved benchmark on each. I think around there. So it was a pretty good gain.
Does that mean like your PC build, like before it was in the toaster versus once it was in the toaster, it actually got cooler and a little bit faster as a result of that?
Not for those projects. He's talking about specifically for the capstone.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I actually didn't quantify the toaster or any of the
Okay,
other projects. Yeah. That would have been interesting though, to run them in a non-traditional case and then traditional and see the difference. Yeah.
So just to kind of clarify, for your capstone project, by placing these special cooling fans on the GPU and the CPU, you were able to overall a 5% increase in performance.
Correct.
Nice.
Around that. Yep.
That's awesome. So with your mounts, is it, I guess, to, help first-time builders, would they have to follow the layout of the PC that you put in, or how I guess
So
variable are the mounts in different builds?
So I designed them to fit inside an ATX mid-tower system, and the parts that I printed and designed would fit inside most systems. The GPU one mounts in 4 PCIe slots, which most people have open, and the top one mounts in 120 millimeter fan out. The CPU mount does, so which is available to most people when they have those kind of cases as well.
Sweet.
Right, man. You definitely seem like you know who Linus Tech Tips is, and you definitely seem like the Hackberry Linus Tech Tips. So I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, have you thought about doing what he does, just kind of as a hobby, like just showing off these crazy builds and building them in front of everyone? And then the second one is, how has the silicon shortage affected you and your work and your hobby and how you like to build PCs, I guess?
So yes, I do know who Linus Tech Tips is. I watch his videos religiously. Would I consider doing that, as you spoke to now with the silicon shortage now? I would not, just because of cost. And it is affected my work. Even like recycling centers that traditionally have older hardware available don't anymore, because a lot of people are falling back to older hardware because it's still cheap to put inside their systems that they're using for Zoom classes and all that kind of stuff. So I've had to just compile. I have basically a bucket full of computer hardware at my house. So I've just been I've had to dig into that and use it for all my projects.
Yeah.
So I've got a question. So you mentioned kind of post-graduation, kind of immediately seeking an IT position because of the demand and kind of some of the specific expertise that you have, but possibly looking down the road at a kind of 3D modeling type job. Do you imagine that even in the world of IT that there may be demands for 3D modeling, or could you see you using that skill that you've developed even in a job like that? And if so, how might that come into play? Like, what could you 3D model in the world of IT?
So yeah, I could see that maybe being a possibility. I don't know where, or now that you ask, that is a good question. Or what? Maybe something that could fit inside. Like when I did my research for my capstone, I learned about a device that I think Texas Instruments designed to fit inside servers that would reroute airflow into crucial components inside of servers. So maybe something like that in that field. But
yeah, maybe something to explore. So, any final questions?
So I'm curious, have you thought about like trying to make a business around rocket cooling, like selling these, like selling this system to people, or even like patenting the idea and trying to like license it out? Anything like that?
Not, but maybe I'll look into that.
Any final questions for Clay?
I have a small question real quick, Clay. During your capstone project, what was the biggest hurdle you had to overcome?
Probably making the system make sense to first-time builders. I had to put myself in their shoes a whole lot and also get feedback from both my roommates who are first-time builders to try and make a system that makes sense and they can understand. It was definitely the hardest part of the capstone. And even after finishing it, I came a little short in some aspects, and I know what I need to improve if I were to keep making it.
Very good. Thank you, Clay. Yes. All right.
Hi,
Yeah.
Andrew.
We have so many wonderful people who've joined our
Hey, Andrew.
Andrew.
Hello.
So we've
Good
got
man.
a few moments before we start with Adam, who's going to be presenting next in a few minutes. Just as a reminder for those who have joined us, if you are one of our external evaluators or alumni, please take a few moments to share feedback. I had shared a link to a Google form where you can provide comments, and we provided a few questions that will help us kind of understand how well our seniors are doing today. So please fill those out in the moments that we have between presentations, and I'm going to get Adam loaded up here, and we're going to start in just a few moments. But thank you again. I appreciate y'all being with us here today and hearing out our awesome seniors.
Are we allowed to fill this out, Zane, even if we're in the class?
No.
No? Okay, that's fair.
Good. I appreciate the question, but
Definitely not.
for our external folks.
Hi, Andrew.
Clay wants to remind all of you that he was the first one to bring a 3D printer to campus as a CRT student, beating out what I understand Andrew by just a few weeks, if the history is correct.
Get wrecked, Andrew.
Ooh.
I don't know about that. I had a wood-based cupcake in my car that I sent back with my parents. So technically it was on campus.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to Adam, who's going to be presenting for us. And you are welcome to start whenever you're ready, Adam.
All right, so for those of you who don't know me, my name is Adam Fleck. I am a CRT major with a minor in business. So a little bit of background about me is that, did it not load right?
Oh. So you need to try reloading. Let's try.
Oh, there it is.
Just go with it.
All right, cool. So a little bit about me is that I have a huge passion for the game of baseball. As you can see by my bow tie and my shoes, they're all baseball themed. I've grown up with baseball my entire life. I started out playing t-ball when I was about 3 or 4 years old, and I continued playing baseball all the way through freshman year of college. I love to do it. I love to play the game. It's taught me hard work and grit, from waking up at 6 a.m. on Saturdays to play tournaments 3 hours away, or to have baseball practice in high school from 10 to midnight, doing homework on the car on the way back home. I've also come to love working with and building computers. Through creative tech, I found a love for technology and working with technology. And that has come computers. So I've built many computers, about 4 or 5. It's super fun and I love doing it. I also worked at Micro Center for a summer, which also led me at computer growth and working with and understanding computers a lot more. There we go. So there's a picture of the computer. So my theme for my projects in CRT program is the development of domestic technologies to improve health. A lot of technologies that I have made and projects I've made revolve around helping users at home. So this could be anywhere from just going about daily activities, technologies that aren't necessarily meant to be used at home that are now capable of being used at home, or something to help around with daily activities in your household as well. So my first project, I made this in the CRT 101 course in the Introduction to Prototyping, is my NeoPixel lamp. So when I first walked into Hackberry, I saw all these amazing projects that people were making, so many and NeoPixels and so many cool things, and I didn't really have anything in my room to brighten up the place, and I wanted to show that what I have done in CRT. So I came up with this idea of the NeoPixel lamp. The second purpose of this project is to test my prototyping and coding skills, as well as we learned a lot of prototyping strategies in CRT 101, and a lot of my friends were very into coding, so I wanted to try my hand in it as well. So this NeoPixel lamp makes use of a NeoPixel strip that shines through a sort of Under Armour material to help diffuse the light very nicely. So it's great for users at home after a long day's of work, and they could come relax, watch TV, read a book. It's very pleasing. So a little bit about the prototyping process of this project is that the NeoPixel strip is located in the middle of the tube. Also makes use of a sound sensor as well. This sound sensor reads the decibel level of incoming sound and is capable of outputting different colors, red, blue, green, based on that decibel level that it carries. So it can also go along to music. It has a wood foundation on it underneath, so the top and bottom are in two separate parts. So I can easily access the breadboard and everything underneath. And it also uses an iPhone charger as the power source for the breadboard. So my second project that I have on here is called BarkBot. So the purpose of this project is that dogs need something to keep them occupied and stimulate their brains while alone or in their kennels. So this project was made with my group for a local animal shelter in Rome, Georgia. And they needed something to help keep their dogs occupied and keep their brains functioning, because they're in their kennels alone all day for so long and only confined 8x6 space. So the inspiration for this project is called a Sphero. So the way this little device and toy works is that it has motors and wheels inside of a little ball, and the ball is capable of rolling around from the wheels and motors inside. So we took that idea and wanted to develop that further and turn it into a dog toy. So we made our own PCB for this project, and we actually made two, one for the remote control and one for the device inside of the ball. There's also Bluetooth connection, so the remote control can connect to the device until you can drive around and play with the dogs as well. We made a rubber silicone mode around the ball, because there would be the issue that dogs would tear up this toy, and the last thing we wanted them to do is get to the internal components of it, and we did not want it destroyed. So there's also grooves on the outside of the ball that are capable of having peanut butter, sort of different treats and stuff that the dog would be interested in as well on the outside. And that was sort of inspired by a Kong toy as well, if you've ever seen those that dogs like to play with. So the way this works is that there are DC motors located underneath of the device, and these motors drive the little car of some sort forward, and the wheels on top and bottom create pressure on the ball, and the motors drive it forward, so it's always stationary in that place, driving the ball forward. The other use of this device is for users at home as well, because there's a lot of people who go about their day going to work, or if they want to go out to dinner and they have to leave their dog at home alone, And so this autonomous toy is capable of keeping that dog occupied while the users are not currently home. So my third device that I've made is called Pillow Talk. And the purpose of this device is to listen to music in bed without disturbing people near you or wearing headphones. So freshman year, I ran into the problem living in a dorm of my roommate was doing homework late at night, and I wanted to listen to music while laying in bed and didn't want to disturb him. So I put on my headphones and lay down on my side, and it was really, really uncomfortable if you've ever tried doing that before. And I couldn't listen to music out loud either because my roommate was studying, and I ran into a problem. So that's where this project came from. So this project makes use of a sound exciter inside of a pillow. And a sound exciter works by emitting vibrations. And so it does not necessarily emit sound, but it needs a medium to emit that sound. So if I were to place a sound exciter turned on against a piece of foam core, that foam core would vibrate from the vibrations inside of the sound exciter, turning that into the speaker and emitting the sound. So I put this device inside of a pillow, and along with an amp to amplify the electricity, and used foam core underneath the pillow. So when you were to lay your head on the pillow, you would hear music or the sound of whatever you wanted to listen to and were playing. And no one else would be able to hear it except you, because you had that pressure against the foam core as it was played very softly, and you would be able to hear the music. This is also fantastic for people at home not wanting to disturb their partner in bed or anyone else out loud if you were trying to listen to music or watch Netflix of that some sort. So my last project is my senior capstone project. And my problem space for this is that high school baseball players struggle to accurately identify mistakes in their own swing. So in this, I actually ended up focusing on posture from this problem space. This came about from talking to my secondary stakeholder. He's currently in the Cleveland Indians organization right now. And he told me that one thing that he thought players struggled with necessarily, especially at early years, is posture. And that's something he didn't learn completely until he was in the Cleveland Indians organization, what proper posture it was in your swing. So as you can see here on the right, this is a picture of Alex Rodriguez in that proper posture position, which I determined to be around 65 to 70 degrees angle of the back over the plate after looking at many, many players using the device. And there's a distinct difference between the player's stance and their load position. So Alex Rodriguez here is in his load position, not his stance. And that's where proper posture needs to be present in your swing to have good mechanics and really have more efficiency at the plate. So this device, X Posture, this device, I created the PCB for it. And as you can see at the bottom, it makes use of a gyroscope and accelerometer. So what this gyroscope and accelerometer does is, through the program, it reads that degree angle of your back when that gyroscope is placed on your back. And if you are to tilt forward or backwards, you will receive positive feedback for the player. So this positive feedback is shown when a player is in that 65 to 75 degree range. Vibration motors on the PCB turn on the player's back, letting them know they have the correct posture in that position. It's attached to a heart monitor strap, so it's easily put on and comfortable for the player. And this needs to be something very comfortable for the player, because when they're trying to make use of this device and trying to get the correct feedback on their posture, if it's not comfortable, it could cause mistakes in their swing. It could cause them to have a different motion than what they're used to. So comfort is a big point here that needs to be ensured for the player to have that maximum level of efficiency. It's also battery powered, for the player can make use of this anywhere they want. They can take it home. They can go to the field whenever they want and use this device or in practice. One thing that I've noticed when going through and for these high school players is that oftentimes in high school when playing baseball, you're switching from coach to coach very frequently and very often. And you could have your travel baseball coach, your junior varsity baseball coach, and your varsity baseball coach all within the course of a year. And all of these coaches are giving you different ideas and concepts and different hitting philosophies that they want you to focus on. And the problem with that is that the player doesn't necessarily get a good grasp or understanding of their own baseball swing. So that's where X posture comes in, and this allows the player to focus on their posture and always have something consistent in their swing they can look back to. Oftentimes, it's taught in high school by coaches how they want the player to load necessarily, rather than being in that correct load position, which is very, very important, and why X posture is such a great tool for this. So my overall future plans are that hopefully sometime this summer, I'm moving to Raleigh, North Carolina. This area has a lot of job opportunities, including the Technology Research Triangle, which has over 360 technology companies in a 5-mile radius. There's also a company I'm very interested in called Blast Baseball or Blast Motion Baseball. This company is the leading company in baseball analytics and technology for baseball users to train with. One of their devices shown down here is a little device that goes on the bottom of the knob of your baseball bat, and it's able to create a 3D model of your swing based on tracking of your bat in the plane. And it gives you a lot of information feedback from statistics like body rotation, degree of the bat angle, and all these different facts about your swing that you can take and use to help improve your game. I'm also very interested in IT. I think it's a very good stepping stone for me to kind of dip my foot into the technology industry. There's a lot of good, since it's an area that's in very high demand, and especially in the Raleigh area with all these different tech companies, I think it'd be a great start for me because I love working with people and I love working with technology. And I think it'd be a very good fit for me to start out as well. And thank you so much for coming.
All right, very good. Let's open it up for questions.
So for X posture, you mentioned that you figured out the angles and everything that was considered to the proper posture.
Yes.
How did you determine what those angles were?
So right now there is no actual standard for posture necessarily. It's looked by kind of the naked eye to see like, hey, this guy has a really good load position. He has the correct posture. I looked at a lot of professional player swings, Dave Ortiz, Alex Rodriguez, Cody Bellinger, Javier Baez, many others, and they all relatively had the same load position. So more or less, there's a standard of being in that correct load position, but there's not a standard of having that correct degree angle back. So after taking pictures of many of these players and looking through and measuring the degree angle back, this is the number that I came up with. So it's more or less a proof of concept, not necessarily a standard to help players achieve that correct position. Yeah.
So I wonder if there's an opportunity then to where if with your device, it would be possible then to attach it to various players and kind of collect data about kind of this angle and possibly kind of even narrow on, is there a common standard that should be adopted?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Actually, following along with Chris's kind of questions about your capstone project. So you've developed a piece of wearable technology, and wearable technology it's really important to know your user because you're physically mounting it on them.
Right.
And one of the design decisions that you made was to give the user positive feedback, meaning that it would buzz when they were in the correct position, as opposed to negative feedback, which would buzz when they were not in the correct position. Can you speak to the design decision that you made and why you chose for your specific user audience, why you chose this positive feedback approach as opposed to a negative feedback approach?
Yeah, so I specifically chose that positive feedback approach because in the sports field, and I guess most often not, people respond better to positive feedback. So that positive for the feedback for the player is meant to say, hey, you're doing a good job. This is the right posture, rather than them being in the negative position, telling them, no, that's bad. We don't want you to be there. So that positive feedback is really important to players, saying that, hey, you're doing a good job. We want you to be here. Keep doing it. So this is great.
In your user testing, did you find that people, I mean, sometimes when you measure things, you change the measurement. Was the vibration a disruption to their swing? You know, did they feel like it worked well?
So the feedback that I got on it, all the players said that I tested on said that, yeah, they really liked this and they thought it was great. They said that there was no negative impact on their swing at all from what they saw and also what I saw. It doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't at all, but this is based off of what they could feel and what they could notice.
Could you talk more about what that user testing process looked like? How did you set that up? How did they actually do the process?
Yeah, of course. So I had two users. One I chose because this player had experience of baseball at a high school level. So this goes along with high school baseball players in that area I'm trying to focus on. And they had overall knowledge and concepts of mechanics and their swing. And the other user I tested with had played Little League baseball. And so he wasn't necessarily as far along and didn't necessarily, he knew the steps in a swing, but the overall concepts were not there. So what I did with them is the test for measuring is I took multiple tests of them getting into their stance with the device, them not necessarily knowing what the buzzing meant yet, just so I could see from an unbiased perspective what they were doing. Because if they were focused on their posture already without the user testing, there's a possibility that they could be more conscious of it and make use of the device. And so I looked at their stance first to see if there were any correlation to having good posture in your stance to having good posture in your limb. And so after that, I focused on their load position and took multiple measurements there to see if they were in the correct posture or not. And then I took another measurement at the end of them getting into that position with the device turned off. And once they were in the position, turn on the device to see if they were able to get into that position without the help of the device.
Other questions and feedback? Yes, please.
Wow, it's an impressive mixture of technologies that you have brought to bear on your projects, Adam. Let me switch the focus to two of the projects that you mentioned earlier. I thought they have commercial possibilities. The Bark Bot. I was imagining watching on a home Zoom or Ring camera while manipulating the Bark Bot with my smartphone and watching, playing with my pet from a distance.
Yeah.
There's something there. I think that's commercial, there's commercial possibilities there. Similarly with the Pillow Talk, I thought that was, a brilliant idea, a problem that a lot of people face. It's a great solution. And it looks like there's, commercial applications, there as well. Have you thought about, commercializing or pursuing any of your projects, taking them and turning them into businesses?
If I were to think about Run right now, it'd be probably the X posture, just because of my love for baseball, and that's what I'm super interested in. I don't know yet if it would have any real positive effects necessarily on the players. I think a lot more testing and data needs to be gathered before it can be proved to be effective for players, and a little adjustments to the design. But I think overall, that's the one that I'd be most interested in for production.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like that you've identified a company that is developing kind of technology-based solutions for trying to improve, well, baseball athletics. And so the idea about possibly pursuing something with them may give you the means to go test it and see if that is a commercializable solution.
Let me jump off of that. When you mentioned the baseball blast company?
Blast Motion.
Yeah. So they have that little device that goes at the bottom of the bat. So that kind of got me thinking, do they have a device or there exists devices out there that should be something similar to what Xboxer does?
So there is one device that I used for my research called it's the device is called a K Vest. It's called K Motion. So this is mainly used in golf. One of the reasons why I went into this a little bit too is because technology in baseball training solutions is kind of more of an emerging thing. And it's most prevalent in golf because there's a lot of people who are older or retired who want to improve on their golf game. So that's necessarily what this is used for, but it's adapted towards baseball as well. So it's a device that they have multiple sensors that go on your wrists, around your waist, and a vest that goes across you. And it takes a lot of biometric feedback that you have when you swing. And it takes that data and it gives you a visual for it and shows you where you stand for whether it's speed of hip rotation or angle of bat in comparison to other pro player metrics that they've measured already to develop a training program for that player.
It's all kind of similar to what you kind of did anyway.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any data about how what you did compare to those existing solutions?
Not necessarily. I kind of focused on what I wanted to gather from this device. So how the users interacted with it and if just posture in general was improved overall and how that could benefit the player.
Cool. Thank you.
I wanted to talk quickly about the inclusivity of the device and what you think about how the posture of a single player or a subset of players within the kind of the grander scheme of baseball. Because I know we may not see it maybe in representation in daily life, but I know lots of baseball players that either have some sort of physical disability or they bat differently or they pitch differently. Like come to mind like the greats like Jim Abbott. So the one-handed pitcher, you know what I mean, going to the Olympics and you know having an incredibly large impact on baseball in general. So have you thought about how inclusive your device is and how well it takes into account how differently different players need to use the equipment to achieve the goal?
Yes, I have definitely thought about that a little bit. That's what's kind of interesting because there is no necessarily overall correct way to do something in baseball. Everybody does something a little bit differently. And this is why I was interested in stance a little bit, because if you look at many pro players, there's no single same batting stance in baseball at all. Everyone's is different. It can be very unique. It can be very simple. But again, going back to that load position, like that is almost more or less a standard where every player needs to get to that position in some way, shape, or form where it's very similar. Going back to the people with disabilities as well, I haven't necessarily thought about that a whole lot. I've only thought about how the player can put on the device via the heart monitor strap. So for instance, Jim Abbott wouldn't necessarily be able to put that on his own. He would need two hands to completely do that by himself. So that's something that definitely would need to be improved on for those users.
But kind of playing off of Andrew's ideas, the idea that if a baseball player were to like sustain an injury, right, and that were to change their swing, I wonder if this is the type of device that would allow them to track kind of, you know, their recovery and kind of do they see that stance change over time as they kind of do a different physical therapy, and at least give them a metric to understand kind of where they were before, where they are now, and where they may like to go. And so I really like that idea of using it as a way to kind of capture a personalized snapshot of where you are and where you want to be. So taking it from a kind of here's just a single moment of time to here's a history of your, your stance and your load position, and allowing that to become a conversation between players and their coaches as to what's desirable or at least what direction are they headed.
Well, even to go off of that, it sounds like it's already set up to give real-time feedback. I wonder if maybe even for like rehab or something, if, as they're trying to recover, they still want to work those muscles, but not work them too much.
Right. During my user testing, one of my users actually gave that as well. He thought that was a very good idea because this wouldn't necessarily be applicable to higher level players, maybe college and beyond that. But he said it might be applicable in that case for recovering or players who are rehabilitating.
So I'm interested in the, I guess two things. One, is there a way for maybe like a coach or a trainer to interact with the device? Like maybe they can get you into the position and then tell the device like, hey, for this player, this is where they need to be, and kind of give them a range. Like it reminds me of the gesture sensor that I think Andrew's 399 class used. Just to like walk up and down the stairs and stuff, but kind of teach the device per player, like, oh, here's where Joe Bob needs to be in a correct swing. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is, where are the buzzers? Are they on the back of the player?
Yes, so the buzzers are on the back. They are connected to the PCB just on the opposite side of where all the components are. So those are directly located on the back. So those can buzz on that side, and the player can have that feeling of sensation, get that positive feedback. I'm sorry, can you repeat the first question again?
So Mariah, would you say that you're thinking about something like a learn mode, where you would turn it to learn what's right for the player?
Yeah, kind of like just like making it so that someone who doesn't like have to pull out a computer and tell the PCB, like just an interaction for someone who's not maybe coding, well versatized. But also with the buzzers, did they seem like they were feeling that? Because I feel like maybe the back, like if it could wrap around to the stomach, like just above the hips, I feel like that's maybe more sensitive. But were they, did they feel it every time?
So interestingly enough, when I tested this myself, I was able to feel it completely fine. I had 2 other people test it and they were able to feel it completely fine. My second user tester did not have any feeling at all whatsoever. He could not feel it. And I thought that was very interesting because everyone else we tried it with had no problem feeling this buzzer in the device at all. So idea popped into my head because I know this user lacks some sort of senses, so his taste and smell isn't good as well. I don't know if that has any effect at all, but there are a lot less nerve endings in your back too, so you can't really feel as well as other parts of your body. So I tried putting my phone on the bare skin of his back, and I called him, and he had no idea his phone was ringing. He could not feel the buzzing of it at all. So for users that have that issue who can't feel it, there's some accommodations that need to be made as well.
I think we have time for maybe one more question from our panel. Anybody wants to chime in? Yes, yes, Bob.
I'm sitting here in my chair, very uncomfortable right now. My neck and back are not the best. And I'm squirming around listening to this, and I'm thinking, boy, is there possibly turning this on, it's a medical application for it. One of the things that so many of us do for many hours of the day is sit in chairs. Even with the best chairs, sitting's one of the worst things we do, and so many of us get out of posture. We're tired, we can't see the computer screen. Have you thought about other applications for this?
I haven't necessarily thought about other applications for it. I've only thought about it in the realm of baseball. But from first thought, there are other devices out there that do this, like a little device that goes in between the shoulder blades of your back that has, I think, EKG sensors that can tell if your muscles are engaged or if you're slouching or not. And will give you a buzz or a ring if your posture is either good or bad. I'm not sure about the feedback system they use. there's a possibility that this could definitely be used in the medical field. I don't know if measuring or determining the degree angle of your back is the best way for an average daily user to receive that feedback and tell if they have the correct posture or not, but there could be possible applications for it.
Very good. All right, thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
And thank you again for all those of you who have joined us. We've got one more presentation before we take our lunch break. And so we're going to get Harmony loaded up here.
Wow, my goodness, thank you.
Hi, Harmony.
Come around.
All right, and Harmony, you're ready to start whenever you're ready.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know me, I am Harmony Petty. I'm a creative technologies major and an entrepreneurship and innovation minor. So a little bit about me. Growing up, I always wanted to be a teacher. My goal was to be able to teach kids, and I think that stemmed a lot from my love for just creating and innovating new products. I love to see the new and innovative designs that kids have. And so during high school, I took the education route. I took all the education classes, worked in classrooms, doing things like that. And also decided at 15 to start a business that I called Harmony Scrappy Creations. When I started it at 15, I had no idea what impact it would have on my life going forward. And so when I started to apply for colleges, when I applied to Berry, I knew that I wanted to be an education major, and my life goal was teach and run the business on the side. And so when I got here, I applied to be in the entrepreneurship program, which I ended up becoming the first person in the program to start a business as a freshman in the program, as well as I'm the first person to complete the minor. And so through that program, I've learned a lot about myself and about business and about how to outreach in the community. And I've used that business to kind of spring the rest of my CRT career. And so I ended up taking CRT 101 because of the minor. It's one of the elective classes. And so I took the class intending on just using it for the minor and seeing what it was like. But it ended up, I just went headfirst in CRT, becoming a lab assistant the following semester, being a co-director the following year, and then creating a program like Maker. So my theme for my portfolio is embedding technology into cottage industry entrepreneurship products. What I mean by this is putting technology into your business products in a way that helps aid your business and looking at ways to improve entrepreneurship. Cottage industry, for those of you who don't know, is a business run usually in someone's home and is usually a handmade craft item. So my first project is the final project for 101. And so in this class, you're asked to create something that solves a problem. So I had pretty much been selling all of my items pretty much through like Facebook and website and things like that. I hadn't really done a whole lot of events. But the fall before I took 101, I participated in Mountain Day, which was something I had never experienced. That many people, needing that much inventory and having such little space. And so my motivation behind creating this t-shirt display was I wanted to do something that was both aesthetically pleasing as well as provided the most space in such a small area. And so in creating this, it was definitely out of my comfort zone. Woodworking is not something that I'm very well versed in. So I had a lot of learning to do along the way. And very quickly realized how heavy this was going to be. And so the rounded holes in it were not actually a design choice at the beginning, but ended up being something that came later because it was too heavy to carry. So I needed to lose some of the weight, as well as it ended up looking more aesthetically pleasing that way. And so then that leads me to my next project. So now I've started in all of this stuff in entrepreneurship here. I've gotten all these resources, all this mentoring. My business has gotten too big for me to fit in my little space in green. and what little space I still have at home. And so I got this trailer to be able to put all of my extra inventory in, as well as a way so that when I got to an event, I could set it up very quickly and could sell out of it. But I knew that I needed logos on the side of it. And I'd spent the last 5 years as my business being making vinyl decals. So I knew I had to do it myself. So I jumped in, looked at Design Space, which all of you know is like my favorite software ever, to make this 2D design of the trailer. This design is an exact 1/12 scale model of the trailer, which led me to be able to make all the decals the way that I wanted. And then when I went to go cut them out, I knew that they were exactly 12 times that size, and they would look just like that on the trailer. So then after creating the decals for the trailer, I took the Fusion class. And in that class, you're asked to take an object that exists in the world and put it in 3D space. I was really excited to take this class because I had so much experience in 2D design. So I was really excited to move that to 3D design. And so my idea behind creating the trailer in Fusion was not only just, to create a trailer in Fusion, but I really wanted to go about redesigning the inside, because the inside of the trailer currently is just plywood walls, and that's it. There's nothing in it. And so I've had a hard time trying to decide how to set up the inside. And so my plan was that if I could go in and create shelving units and figure out how I wanted the floors and things like that in Fusion, then I could go back and actually put it in the physical trailer and know what it was going to look like before I spent any time and money trying to design it. So my next project is my NeoPixel kimono. I think this is probably one of the most influential projects in my CRT career, as I created it in CRT 498, which was a direct study, which was just Mariah and I. And in taking this class last spring, I had very high expectations for what the class was going to be, but was very nervous going in because I didn't feel like I had the knowledge to be able to take this class. I know, like, the first couple weeks of the class, Zane was like, okay, here's a list of all of the circuit boards that we need to make for the class. And my only knowledge of Easy EDA was the one assignment in 101. And so it was a class that to me was very, like, when I got done with it, I felt like I had accomplished something. And I also I was a self-taught sewer. And so the only thing I'd ever sewn was like a pillowcase or, simple shapes. And so when I got put in quarantine and had to figure out how to sew some sort of like clothing item by myself, it was definitely a challenge, but it was very rewarding in the end. And then I also ended up using this project in CRT 310. And so I took the time to think about what it would be like to try to manufacture this item and use it like as an actual business idea, which is very exciting for me as I love entrepreneurship projects. And it also led me to my capstone project, which is the Venture Out Workbook. Venture Out Workbook is a workbook for high school students who want to become entrepreneurs. So the goal of this workbook is for entrepreneurs to be, or for high school students to be able to work independently through this workbook to create a business plan of their own. And so the workbook is made up of 6 elements taken from business standards and entrepreneurship standards to create what I consider like the 6 main elements. And so each element gives like a brief overview, gives them context and information about that, and then gives them a prompt to fill out to think about their own business that they're wanting to start, or just business ideas in general. It also includes 2 business plans and some other resource materials so that they're able to work through this independently and have something to look at as reference. In testing this, I tested with Keegan, who is a junior in high school. He has just started a service business, as well as Jory, who is a college MBA student who started a business in high school. So she's in the shoes. Keegan, his feedback was that it was good, but that he wanted more things about service businesses. He felt like some of it he could just read and be like, yeah, I get that, but it doesn't really help me. And then Jory asked, what about things like marketing? Like, what are some ways to help market? What are ways to think about and keep up with finances? So she wanted to know more things about, like, once you've got a business going, how do you continue that? So I think that if I was able to take some more time with this, I would either add to the current one or possibly make a second workbook that would be like, you've started your business, here are some things that would be helpful in continuing. And so next steps for me, I have accepted an internship at Robot Startup under the Morphbots company as a curriculum design intern. And so my job there is they're creating a gamified version of how to use Arduino. And the people who are doing it have a lot of knowledge about coding, but not a lot of knowledge about how to tell high school students how Arduino works. And so my job is to try to break that barrier in understanding for them, as well as I'd like to continue my business with Harness Creations, although I think that it's probably time for a shift in business. I'd really like to be able to switch it to something and use it as an outreach for high school students. And so had I actually gotten to pitch, my pitch was that I wanted to be able to use the workbook that I've created and the knowledge that I have of technology to teach a summer class on how to create new technologies to make products that they could sell, and then going through the workbook to actually help them start a business. And then I'm looking for a job in STEM education. I'd really like to bookend my career at Berry and get back to education. That's ultimately where I want to be. And it was a very interesting road of being sure that's what I wanted and then jumping ship, and now I want back over there. And so I'm looking for a job in STEM education, and I would really like to try to go back and get either my teaching certificate or go ahead and get my master's in education once I find something. With that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harmony. And let's open it up for questions.
So what is the credentialing for STEM? Is there an alternate credential that can be obtained?
Yeah, so in talking with a bunch of different people about how I can go ahead and jump into STEM education as a creative technology major, most of the places I've applied have been either charter schools or private schools, and so they're allowed to let you teach without an actual teaching license, as long as you obtain a teaching certificate within 3 years. And so you can either just take, like, there's like an engineering and a technology base test that'll just let you have your certificate to be able to teach that subject, but you don't have like a master's per se in teaching. It pays less, but if I decided to get out of education, then I didn't spend 2 more years going to school and then ended up switching.
Yeah. So my wife did something similar on the math side, and she ended up in an evening Master of Art in teaching a math program. And I'm wondering if there might be a math in STEM somewhere that could.
Well, there are also alternative certification programs in Georgia. So Jill would obviously be able to kind of give you a lot of information about that. That would actually open up the possibility of teaching in any public school. And so, yeah, those are evening courses. And I know we've had a few students in the past who have gone on to do that. Yeah, we had someone who got picked up by the College and Career Academy here in Floyd County, who went through a similar kind of alternative certification program. They were desperate. They wanted somebody to come in and teach physics and engineering. And so he picked that up. It was 3 years ago now. And they hired him immediately, but then kind of sponsored him through an alternative certification program. So the nice thing about those STEM education positions is they are in high demand. And so you will find a variety of institutions that are willing to work with you and help you get the credentials, oftentimes while kind of jumping right in and teaching. So I think you're definitely heading into a career that, one, you're very uniquely qualified for, the idea of having technology, entrepreneurship, and education all in one thing, I think is going to make you a very valuable asset to a variety of places. And I think that you're going to find a lot of people that are going to want to help you kind of jump whatever hoops you need to jump through to get you into their schools and teaching with kids, because I think you've got a bright future there.
What made you want to go back to education since you decided, I'm going to take a break from it? What made you decide, oh, actually, that is something?
Yeah, so I don't know if I ever actually was don't want to teach. I think it was more of I felt sort of like I was just going through the motions in my education classes. Like I wasn't particularly excited about going to class, and I wasn't I didn't feel like I was being challenged enough, and I wanted something that I was excited about, and so I wanted to see if there was something out there that would be more exciting that I could end up still teaching someone about, but maybe not necessarily working in a school. And I think that even with entrepreneurship stuff, I realized that I really enjoy teaching entrepreneurship. And so I think I just have that want to teach. And I don't think I ever really lost it. It was just trying to figure out what I wanted to teach, because I was very, when they asked me which, what grade I wanted to teach when I got here, I was little kids. And that was all I had. I was I enjoy the young kids because that was all I'd ever worked with. I worked in a daycare and I worked at a Head Start program. So I never worked with older kids. So I didn't know what that was like. So I was just sticking with my comfort zone at the time.
I think one thing that is definitely shown in your work that I have really appreciated is the fact that in many instances, you've been willing to throw yourself into the unknown and let those processes grow you. So, being, one of the first people in the entrepreneurship program and the first person to finish it, going into the wearable technology class where you're like, great, we have to make 30 PCBs. And you're like, I'm sure, and letting those experiences shape you. I think that's what the world needs in terms of people that are going to help inspire others about building technology, building their own businesses. That's all about stepping into the unknown. And I love that that's something that you have embraced, and I'm excited for you to pass that on to others too. Yes, T-Mac.
Yeah, it's a great segue. Harmony, I would have loved to have had you as a high school teacher. Your passion is very evident, for passing on information and passion, to others. And I think you've got a lot to offer. And I can just echo the comments that have already been shared with you. I think you are uniquely qualified. I think there'll be a big demand for you. With your permission, I would like to pass on your contact information to a colleague who I think might be very interested in your entrepreneurship workbook for high school students.
Absolutely, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Okay, great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do have to say that Harmony has kind of very uniquely defined herself in the capstone course, in so much that the project books generally come out lengthy. Harmony created a project book about making an entire book, what's your final page count for your project book, Harmony?
68 or 69 pages.
Yeah.
About the last night, I was so I wrote the business plan that is a part of the workbook, and then I wrote the workbook, and then I was writing the project book about the workbook. So as I'm working on it, I'm like, why did I do this?
Just a little too meta. Huh?
Yeah, I was this is too much. I tried to be much.
You can imagine Harmony's fastidiousness in creating 70 pages of content over a semester about something she's very passionate about. I think that idea of going into curriculum design is going to be great, and that transitioning into a professional career in teaching. I think you're going to be making waves all over the place.
Can alumni go yet?
What's up, Mariah?
Can alumni go yet?
So we have other questions from our external panels or comments? All right, go ahead, Mariah.
Woo! All right, so first of all, I think you should come friggin' help me jumpstart the education aspect of Spark Fund back up, but that's just me. So with your 3D model of your trailer, have you implemented any of those things?
I have not, being in all of the classes that have been going on lately. The trailer has also been my parents' personal moving van at the moment. So currently, no. But I'm gonna have to figure something out to be able to get all of my stuff that is currently in green into it for the time being. So,
Right. Are you looking like location wise post graduation? Are you gonna stick around Calhoun?
I'd like to stay within like 3 hours of here.
Okay.
Any direction.
So-
I'd like to be within a day trip of home because I just really appreciate this community.
Nice. Will you keep coming back to Mountain Days to sell your stuff?
If they'll let me. Yes. I was very sad that I didn't get to do it this year. Also a little bit relieved because I had a lot going on and I was like, this is going to be chaos.
Other questions or feedback for Harmony?
Yeah, Harmony, I really enjoyed it. I run an arts education nonprofit here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I work with a lot of teachers in Hamilton County, and we do summer programs that combine art and STEM. So if you ever want to talk, sit down. I'd love to meet with you. I left my phone number in the in your comments for the on the appraisal form. So.
And I have her business card, and it's never bad to have lunch with somebody. So I really want to encourage you to make that connection.
Yeah, I'm wondering if in terms of kind of this, I still think about just the many things that you've kind of, the many like good moments that you've had. I guess, what do you think has been kind of a defining moment for you in the program, and how did it change you?
So I think I've had a lot of different moments. I think last semester in 399 was definitely something for me. I took on the coding side of that project, which was not my intention going in. But it was something that I was like, all right, well, this needs to be figured out. I'm going to figure it out. And I spent several nights in here after it didn't work the way that we thought it was going to. And I told myself I was not leaving this lab until I knew why it didn't work and how I was going to fix it. And so I think that was one of those moments where coding has not really been my go-to. I don't mind it, but it's definitely not my go-to. And so having to like persevere through something that I could have just walked to someone and been like, please just make it work because I'm tired of looking at it, was definitely something. And coming out, like I didn't end up using it, for this because it doesn't really go with that. But it was definitely one of the projects I'm most proud of.
Any final questions or comments for Harmony? All right. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Harmony. All right, so we are going to take a 1 hour break. And so we will have an afternoon session that's going to be starting at 1 o'clock. I'm going to leave the Zoom running, although I think I'm going to pause the recording. And so for those who want to stick around and just catch up with other alumni or other folks, you guys are welcome to hang around. But for those of you who want to go take a lunch break, you're welcome to go do so. The same Zoom link, the same link that we guys shared with you, will bring you back into the afternoon session. And so we'll let our kind of current students head out. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the rest of y'all back that can join us at 1 o'clock. So thank you all very much.
Thomas Harlan.
Oh my God.
She's a doctor of education. And the mutual contact is Clay Jones.
Oh, okay.
Senior Academic Affairs Officer. Senior Academic Affairs Officer. Sheffield. Rush University Graduate College. Huh. Yeah, so she's focusing on creating, coordinating, and delivering academic support services, as well as the development and implementation of the graduate college's strategic plan. Okay, there you go. So she must have somehow been connected to Fleck.
How was the tour?
Good. So, very nice people.
Nice.
We were looking at your slides, like your tour things of like where the graduates went, and some of the graduates from 2 years before our class.
I need to update it with all of you guys. So I've got a database going now of alumni and where they're at. So
Where's Eric at?
Remarosa,
Yeah.
Yep.
he is doing property management for his parents' business. Yeah, developed out a website and database to keep track of all of their rental properties, if I'm not mistaken. Last time I heard.
And he was taking courses in coding. He was in a coding boot camp.
Yeah, he did the Georgia Tech coding boot camp. So
That's what it was.
yeah, I think that helped him jumpstart that. How you doing, Josh?
How's it going?
Just talking about you. Not just talking about you, but
I was like, that doesn't sound like me.
20 minutes ago I was talking about you.
Okay.
Oh man, it's Josh Cutter.
All the only good things, right? What's up, Hunter?
I'm still just the echoes of your demotivational
Yeah.
scene.
Did you tell Dr. Grant about that lovely speech? My inspiration.
He came and talked to my senior class about how grad school's the worst. Big companies are just going to chew you up and spit you out. But if you go to grad school and work for a big company, you'll get like an extra 20, 30 grand. So, the money's worth it, but the job's miserable.
At least to start, until you get to a point where you can really do what you want.
Did I summarize your speech appropriately, Josh?
That was roughly, Yeah.
I heard about it and I told Zane that I needed to come and refute everything you said.
You didn't go to grad school though. So
Okay, other than that, I can't speak on that. Sure,
I think
fine.
he's offering the big company approach versus the small company approach. So
Yeah.
I think Hunter is very much enjoying his position, not being.
You're in a small company. You can't refute.
I am in a small company.
Yeah, you can't refute anything.
We worked for big companies.
Yeah.
We work for Michelle.
I'm trying to sit here,
Obama.
like right now, I'm trying to put together research to basically say we shouldn't be doing this thing, but our directors have already directed our development team to develop that thing, and that's just like.
You should
Yeah.
get a prototype up and running as soon as possible so they can see it's crap.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's thousands of dollars in resources that we've done to we put
Better
in.
than hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
So, maybe grad school is just
double check.
designed to drive the creativity out of you that the program is about.
No, my qualm with it, the thing I mentioned was simply you don't learn too much extra. It's about the paper again.
What I'm hearing is that I'm both teaching an undergraduate and master's level program here.
You're doing a very good job, Zane.
Excellent, glad to hear. So, all right, we are going to get started again. So thank you all for our friends who have come and visited and are here for the afternoon session. Thank you for our external evaluators for being here. So we have 5 presentations, I think, this afternoon that we're going to go through. Our first is going to be from Nick Munoz. And so I'm going to load him up and get him started. So I'm going to go ahead and share his screen. And you should be good to go. Let me check to make sure that that's on. Yeah, you should be good. All right, whenever you're ready.
Oh boy. All right then. So, hi, I'm Nicholas Munoz. I'm a creative technologies major with a creative writing and business minor. So just a little bit about me. I was born in Texas, Fort Hood, and I've been an Army brat my whole life. So I kind of moved around. I've lived a little bit of all over the place in the States, a few times out of country, and the very erratic, all over the place lifestyle was very enjoyable. But as I kind of like went through life, I was trying to figure out kind of what I'd try to hone in on or what I wanted to do. So eventually I kind of came to the conclusion of a more technical science-based idea. So when I entered high school, I immediately started taking some of the engineering classes they had and started looking towards the Vex Robotics club that they have there for the Vex Robotics competition that they have. And that was kind of my first introduction to a lot of like more in-tune skills that you kind of see here today at Hackberry, like programming, actually building up the robot, metal pieces that we would cut and work ourselves. A little bit of some wiring. They're kind of basic wiring, but it was still, some of that out with that. So I started there, and that was really my first introduction to like a group work dynamic, kind of finding my place amongst that and working through it to really just find new and skills and kind of work out what I wanted to do next. So when I ended up aiming towards college, I came here for the dual degree engineering. I started working at BITS, got a bit more into that. But then as I kind of went through that first semester with dual degree engineering, I learned that wasn't really what I wanted to do. So I kind of hit that little block until my first year mentor, Rachel Bibby, introduced me to Hackberry. And I came into Hackberry for a hackathon, and I was like, wow, everything was just kind of crazy and cool, things I'd heard about people doing but never actually saw. And so when I started looking over everything and decided, yeah, I'm gonna try to stick with CRT because it seems fun. It seems like something I'd want to do. So when I started looking over it, I noticed something particularly interesting was that people always kind of like stood out with a particular like expertise or something they always kind of focused in on. So my initial assumption for myself was, as I go through this program, I'll eventually find that. I think I would, just go through, do a little bit of everything, and eventually find that niche. Because each person, you've probably seen people here have their own expertise, like Patrick, who was a graduate, he was the kind of processing dude you'd always go to, so on and so forth. But as I kind of went through, I never found that. And I just kept doing more and more at Hackberry until I kind of came to this kind of conclusion. I was just like, oh, wait a minute, maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe it's not a bad thing that I never found a specific, niche or an expertise. Maybe it was a good thing that I had done, not everything, but most things in Hackberry to a point that I could do them each. So my theme ended up being developing versatile skills through group-based prototyping design. So what I mean by that is kind of the versatility of doing a little bit of everything, or knowing how to do a little bit of everything and applying that to group work, group dynamics, and a lot of that you can kind of see. And that showed up specifically in kind of projects, for example, in CRT 330 vehicles. We had two projects, and one of them was the Chibi cart. The Chibi cart was just a small electrical little go-kart that we built from the ground up and everything. And you drive it at the end of the year as a little kind of tour, like drag racing thing that we had at the end of the year. And within that, of course, we were putting groups. And as each one of our group members kind of immediately found out, what they were going to try to stick to. One of them was a team, was the taskmaster. One of them was the, going to work more on the metal bits. One of them more on the tool. And I didn't really have anything that stood out. So they kind of was like, Nick, can you do the video editing? We have to make videos weekly and upload them. And I had some experience before with kind of a little bit of video editing due to my second half in high school. So as you can see here, I did a little bit of video editing. It's the opening that we had each time when the videos would play, as we kind of had an office theme as a running joke. And I would do that. And then as the class went on, I would find bits and pieces that they could have me do, such as, for example, this motor right here. A lot of times over the course of the project, we'd run into problems specifically with the motor and the gear, because the gear wouldn't really kind of fit on top of it. So what we did was we had to cut out like this inch long piece of aluminum, wrap it around it so that it would kind of fit on as we put the gear in. That messed up a few times, enough times that we kind of had to disassemble it and reassemble it. I don't even know how many times. I remember, I think I specifically had disassembled and reassembled that thing like 3 to 4 times. And so they would be like, Nick, can you go fix the motor? Nick, can you go cut the chain? And I'd be like, yeah, I know enough how to cut a chain. At the time, I didn't really know how a chain worked, to be honest with you all. But as I was sitting there, trial and error, trying to get it so I could get to the right length, I would just be like, oh, that's how you work. So I would go through that process. And that just kind of repeated all throughout the projects. Another time was probably the electrical. When we did the electrical working, I had the class, the physics class we're supposed to take for wiring and how it works. And I knew enough of that I could work with Corey to the point where we had a full done electrical work for the part. And so as we continued through the class, there was also the other project that we did a whole bunch of group work, but more on the programming side, the auto part. the auto cart is the autonomous driving golf cart. It's the using a camera, LiDAR, or GPS. It could guide itself through various things, and we had to program it via processing to perform specific tasks. For example, here we use the camera to just follow the sidewalk down. So yeah, and how we kind of split up the group work there instead was this idea that each one of us had to contribute to the processing program. I had been introduced to processing through physical computing. Had I worked with it very long? Not really. So that turned into a fun little dynamic of, all right, I know coding, at least I've done it before. This isn't my first rodeo coding, but processing is a bit different. Figure out how to do processing. And I was helped along with the group members, of course, but it was more of me trying to find my place and helping. And specifically, I had worked on the camera part itself. And what we had ended up doing was we had gotten help in trying to figure out how to do it. At one point, though, it came up with this. I came up with this idea that we could try to specifically aim for having a cursor, because we'd look at the camera and we'd change all the pixels in the screen to either red or blue to try to find the sidewalk and the grass. So the idea of just kind of making a cursor to see where exactly to line it up with the middle of the auto cart is where we ended up kind of using it so that we could see where we go if we started steering off. We can be like, oh, the cursor is kind of going to red. We're not supposed to be there. Turn left. And that's kind of how we all ended up working specifically through that. So group work was, of course, beyond just vehicles. I had an intermediate prototyping. I had a group project in the second half called the lab tracker. So what we were just tasked with doing was that we were supposed to find within the community of Barrie, find a location, an idea, get data, monitor, and kind of like watch a specific kind of section. And what my group had, we were supposed to find data and then kind of come up with it, put the data in like a format to be readable and just kind of be able to come up with a conclusion. So what my group had decided to do is we were going to track the traffic of students going in and out of labs, specifically in Evans and McAllister. So what we had to end up doing was a whole bunch of various tasks. So like we did use MySQL and PHP to get the charts and keep track of all the data that we got. We used 3D modeling so we could actually model and print the casing. We did PCB design for it. We did Arduino so we could program it to actually track. And so as our group, of course, gathered out, throughout, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. It came to me, and since we had a lot of the others covered, one of my group members was like, Nick, can you try to do MySQL and PHP? And I was like, yeah, Zane has taught us enough this semester in the first half when we did another project that I know the basics of it, that I can give this a good shot. And it turned out right. Well, this is actually halfway through what I'd come up with was a like Frankenstein, because my process to kind of come up with it was, I know what we have beforehand. I know that works. So I'm going to try to take, some of this, put it over here. I'm going to change some things and see if I can get it to work. And it took a bit of trial and error, but eventually I ended up with what we'd actually used as the first bar chart in our project there. As well as at one point we had everyone so busy, but we needed 3D modeling done. I hadn't done 3D modeling before that semester, but I had done a little bit of enough within the previous half of the class that I was able to at least get through it and kind of follow the guides I've been given to end up with what we ended up using enough to work for the project itself. So then as the project finished up and we got everything kind of done, it was more of just filling each role I was going through. So as we came on to this semester and I started working on my capstone, that's a single person deal. You have people helping you, but of course, it's not exactly a group work project. But the good news is I did actually have to come across a lot of new skills or a lot of new things that I hadn't tried in making this capstone work. So my capstone is the tabletop. So if any of you have ever played D&D, it's specifically to help in study rooms around campuses, because the tables there are a little small. So when you have big groups of people playing at a table, it can get a little cluttered. They're a little messy, pretty full. So I had come up with this idea of, well, maybe I can come up with something to help the organization and efficiency of the use of the table overall, so that you could so they can help kind of the flow of the game go better in study spaces. So this is what I came up with, was tabletop. It for the most part its goal was to just kind of accommodate as much of the game as it could in order to help the flow. And it was able to do that. It definitely held up, but it did have some, as all prototypes do, a little nitpicky stuff here and there. For example, my user testing came up with that the assembly of it, as it is a 4-panel bit that you assemble together using butterfly latches and to keep it together, and then you would insert the legs just via tight fits. The fitting of the legs and the process of going through it was a little confusing to the users, and it ended up slowing them down to they usually took about 5 minutes to actually assemble the thing, which is quite long for what it is. The overall look and design, which I had specifically aimed for kind of the aesthetic, try to make it pleasing to look at, didn't really fit a lot of what the users wanted out of the Inky table for aesthetics. So there were problems there. But the good part is that a lot of the more important bits, such as dice trays or the cup holders themselves, which had been kind of, I specifically chose size-wise to kind of fit most, but not all, on the cup holders. And that happened. One of my users, he tried a whole bunch of cups, and they all, for the most part, worked out. And had tried even a whole bunch of dice to make sure they fit, and dice trays worked. There was one, the second user, he had like this really large water bottle, wouldn't fit in the hole, but couldn't accommodate for all. So what ended up happening though is the process of making this was I first thought I was going to cut this wood out by hand, and I was very quickly told and very quickly understood that was not a good idea. So eventually I was recommended CNC machines. The CNC machine had the problem, and I had never used it before. So that was a fun, just kind of quick learning session with Zane, learn how to use CNC, get the pieces out, get it done, and just kind of having to go through that process of learning, okay, this is something new, and having to get through it within a timely manner was definitely a challenge, but fun. And then, of course, more 3D modeling I had to double back onto, which is something I had done before, so that was fun. But yeah, so future. I think I'm specifically going to stick with kind of the IT range of what I had been doing. It's been the past 4 years I've worked at BITS, and it's been a very good experience, even in the whole group dynamic as well, as I've had to work on multiple occasions with many different departments of IT and as a whole to just kind of do a lot of things. In fact, a good example would be last summer when COVID hit. The IT department was kind of tasked like, hey, can you guys like figure out how to do a COVID setup? Like, this is what the professors want, and you try that out. And we spent a good week testing different ideas and stuff out, technically wise, to make sure any of the ideas that we want to come up with would work. So kind of taking what I've gotten from CRT and from my experience here at IT, I kind of want to see if I can take that further into the IT field. I don't have any like set ideas of where I'm going to be. Well, I do want to try to stay within the Augusta area, but for the most part, if I find some place that works out of Augusta, I'm not. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So let's open it up for questions, comments, and feedback.
Nicholas, what about multimedia appeals to you after acquiring all these skills? Sort of that looking at the future of multimedia. What about that? Scratches your itches.
So I've actually worked specifically in the multimedia department here at IT for the 4 years, but as well as to kind of take it to that versatile area, if you will. Multimedia, when you say multimedia, usually encompasses a whole bunch: audio and video components, computers that get involved with it. You still have to know it. It kind of has like when you use the term multimedia in IT, it's usually like a catch-all of a big group of items. And so as I've been kind of familiar with the idea of branching out and trying new things, and as well as being in part of multimedia, I think that is something I'd like to try to stick with over the next, who knows how many years.
Go ahead. Yeah, did you actually have them play a whole D&D game with the table and everything?
I really wanted to, trust me, I wanted to get my whole group, because I have a D&D group that we play. But one big problem that came up when we developed the Diltop was that, in a segment of it, I had gone around and shown different pictures and different types of tables that we found around campus. One thing that got brought up to me was, hey, you can't make something that can accommodate for every single one of these tables. So you can only, So I picked a specific table in McAllister that I saw the most often. I thought spacing wise, people would use it. And so when I had made it specifically for that table, the location that my D&D group decided to play at was wouldn't work with it. I tried to convince them, but they were hesitant to use McAllister. Plus, we had trouble getting in actually using McAllister over the weekend, so we weren't able to test in the full group. But I did kind of do like a mock bit with one of the user testers, as he had a house off campus and he had a big table, and we put it on there, and we filled the whole thing as much as we could and kind of gave him an idea, which is one thing I'd really like to go back and test just to make sure, but things didn't work out as we wanted.
Sure. So I'm just wondering then, how was that process in terms of evaluating the table? So given like the interaction that one user.
So the process we went through was just kind of, I let him set it up, I let him assemble it so I could test that, and then when we did over, I was like, hey, you have all your D&D stuff, put it on this table, like use it how you want to use it. And I brought some of my stuff, so I also put it on like the one across from him, the one beside him, as it kind of like I don't have PowerPoint up anymore, but it was, you had one person beside you, one person across, and so just to kind of get an idea of spacing and how if I put my laptop here and use it while you put a whole bunch of notebooks over here, can we make that work? And so we went through kind of like that process of thinking, all right, I'm going to usually play D&D like this. Let me try to do it like this and see how that would respond to how you want to do it.
Excellent. Yeah, because I think that would be something that people would be interested in. I know like people who play D&D, they oftentimes buy the old custom modules for the whole, industry of, people. And so I like the idea of, you have like a CNC producible table that you could make. Yeah, very good idea.
So I want to touch on a phrase that came up a lot in your presentation, and this is by way of feedback. You said the word, yeah, I'll give it a try a lot. And I actually want to really kind of applaud you for the kind of the introspection that you played in terms of thinking, yeah, I saw everyone around here specializing in one thing. And at the end of it, you came out saying, I actually like to try to do a lot of different things. And the idea that, when you go into the world of business or industry, there's going to be these opportunities that arise where someone just like, there's just someone needs to go do something. And the fact that you're willing to throw yourself into unknown situations to solve unknown problems is legitimately one of the most valuable skills that you could possibly come out of college with. I think when John and I in early talks about what this program was even going to be, it was this idea about trying to like help students become problem solvers. And so the idea that you're like, yeah, I know a little bit about that, and I'll just go see what I can figure out. Like that's not something to be diminished. That's an incredible strength that I've seen evidenced in a lot of your work, and seeing how you're able to, like, when you're working in a group and it's like everyone's kind of ho-humming. I know with that PHP, project, nobody wanted to do the PHP, right? And so the fact that you're like, you know what, I've done a little bit of this, I'll give it a try. It's one of the strongest parts about your presentation. And so that quote, yeah, I'll give it a try, embrace that, because I think that's legitimately an amazing thing that you've done. So I just wanted to commend you on that.
Yeah, and you get my Jack of all trades lecture, which I've just recently developed. So we always talk about the Jack of all trades like that's not a good thing. Do you know what the couplet is that comes from? It goes like this. A jack of all trade is master of none, but oft times is better than the master of one. And for me, that means we've been using jack of all trades entirely wrong in our culture forever, because we leave off the last part of it, which is oftentimes it's not the expert who's going to be the most useful person, but rather it's going to be that very broad thinker who's going to be the one who does it. So when they say jack of all trades, master of none, you should always say is oft times better than the master of one. That's my lecture. Thanks for listening.
Other comments and feedback for Nick?
Well, just to riff on what you two gentlemen have said, I think Zane's comment about the willingness to throw yourself at a problem. Like even when one of the skills that's required to solve the problem isn't in your jack of all trades tool belt yet, but you're willing to acquire it. That is huge in the world. That's a huge need in the world, and in any business, a person who's just willing, to acquire the new skills. Just my 2 cents on what you two have been talking about.
So,
But Nicholas, back to you. You mentioned you were interested in a dual degree program. Was that with Georgia Tech initially?
Yes, here at Berry when you had the dual degree program with Georgia Tech, yeah.
Yeah. Are any interest at all in pursuing that, or is that held back for some other time or some other person?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, ever since I swapped to CRT, I haven't really thought back much on the dual degree. Because it was a really rough semester, which is why I changed out. Because it was clear that I couldn't really find my place in that. But if I could, there's a chance in the future if I could feel myself to go back to it, I'd be willing.
So I have a question that's related to your portfolio and a couple of projects in there.
Okay.
The auto cart, I know you said that you used Arduino in processing for it, but what was the brain of it? Was it the Mac that you see in the pictures, or is there something else like a Raspberry Pi? And why did you choose that, whatever that brain was?
So us students didn't actually assemble the auto cart itself. We were simply just tasked with, we were kind of given this like big processing file, and it had just kind of like a go in here and change this in order to get it to work. I think it just runs off of Arduino, if my memory serves me well. But we didn't actually assemble it ourselves, although I do think it would have been fun to have been there for that. So sadly, I can't answer that end of the question for you.
Okay, so I guess it was what ran the code. Where was the processing program being ran from?
An Arduino that we had on the cart.
Processing, I think that was, I think that was different than the Arduino that was running.
I just understand.
Because you guys wrote the processing code.
Yeah.
Okay. And where was that running? I think is what Travis.
Oh, we ran it off of like our laptops that we had plugged into the Arduino.
What were some of the challenges? Because you guys had mentioned that like the physical interface that it was running off of Arduino, that was not a part that you guys had to build.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that still posed significant challenges to you guys in terms of making it run. Can you speak to any of the challenges of working with that system where you had to be creative or solve problems on the fly?
So like the physicality of the auto cart?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think anyone who ever took the class could tell you the infamous chain. Like there was a chain that had been used to turn the auto cart itself. And there was a lot of times that some people would would push the motor too far or something. And so it would start skipping and cause problems with the chain itself. And I remember there were several instances where our group would be like sitting there trying to get it to work. And all you'd hear is the infamous just click, 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 click as it's not going. And we're just sitting there like, well, take off the chain. Let's see if there's anything we could do while we're sitting in the middle of hiking trail, not, instead of having to run back all the way to Hackberry. And we try our best. In some cases, we would actually be able to get it going. In other cases, we'd have to push the auto cart back to Hackberry to get some form of help to try to get the chain replaced at times. And so there was a few problems.
So while y'all didn't initially develop the initial hardware, there were times when you had to you're out in the middle of nowhere on a trail, but you guys had to go fix the hardware because of issues that had arisen.
There were a few circumstances, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Nick from anyone on our Zoom?
Oh yeah, I got one. So you mentioned you were part of multimedia. How do you think that your time spent in Hackberry and like picking up new things, how do you think that like affected your ability and your, I guess, enjoyment and knowledge when you were working within the multimedia space? And then like vice versa, how did those two affect each other?
All right. So when it came to like kind of applying a lot of, I guess, what I took from Hackberry at IT was well, the example I used earlier, which was the COVID one, I guess it kind of stuck with me, just kind of this always like trying new things, because there's multiple occasions where we'll find ourselves over at IT where we're understaffed. Like there won't be anyone there for Mac, and they're like, hey Nick, you're multimedia, can you go try to figure this out? And there'll be circumstances where we would definitely have to help other divisions out, especially over the summer when we're short staffed a little bit. So there's a lot of times where I'll find myself just from here over there, kind of like just trying to open my mind to just trying everything. And for multimedia, what I can kind of take towards Hackberry is, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really sure. There's a few moments where I guess like been working at Bits has helped me just kind of like in a mind space. There's been a few times where I'm just like, at IT, it's always fix the problem. So bringing that Hackberry, it's where it's like, well, this is not working, then the only thing I've ever think was try to, constantly fix it. It's been something I've been doing it too. I hope that answers your question.
For sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nick. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to load up our next presenter. It's Kyle Brown.
Yeah. Naughty meditation techniques.
The screen really loud.
Luce is going to talk on those tomorrow. So. Yeah, so you're welcome to start whenever you want. You can take a deep breath. And, you're ready whenever you are, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm noticing your two pictures don't match.
Is that? Well, what's interesting is I've noticed that a lot of people have shown up wearing in their presentations what they did in their headshots. I don't know how intentional that is, or if all of y'all just only own one good shirt.
Full disclaimer, yes. I tacked lightly for this last semester.
Whenever you're good to go.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kyle Brown. I'm a creative technologies major and a business minor. So about me, I was raised in a household with both parents that were engineers from Georgia Tech. That means that I was raised doing house projects all the time. Carpentry, electronics, plumbing, you name it. An example of this would be just 2 winters ago, a pipe burst in our irrigation system. And instead of paying $2,000 to fix it, my dad sent me off to Home Depot to get some PVC pipe and some PVC cement, and he walked me through how to fix it. I feel like this has added and shaped how I came about to be a creative technologies major, because it really just helps me learn new hands-on abilities. I'm also an Eagle Scout, and that's my Eagle project right there. It's an octagonal picnic table made out of plastic lumber. And I edited the blueprint myself to add extra stability, because that's a problem I often ran into with picnic tables, is they don't hold up. So I came in as an environmental science major, spent a year in that. I quickly found that that was not the major for me. And like Nick, I came to a hackathon, experienced Hackberry, and I wanted to switch quickly after that. I also played football for 3 years here for Barry, but because of COVID, I ceased that. My theme is utilizing computer-based design platforms to develop consumer products that are functional and aesthetic. What I mean by computer-based design platforms are software, 3D design, so processing, Fusion 360, and PCB design in EDA. The first project that I'm presenting is the convertible lantern. The motivation behind this project is that in my years in the Boy Scouts, I had a convertible lantern very similar to this, but it didn't work so well. But it was my favorite flashlight all throughout Boy Scouts, because when I'm setting up a tent, you have a lantern that has ambient light and it's not hands-on. And if you need to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, flip up the back slide that had a mirror on it, and you have a flashlight, so you can go walking through the woods without tripping over stuff. The problem with it was it didn't direct the light too well. So I wanted to try and fix that or improve upon that concept with my design. So I designed it first in Tinkercad because as a 101 student, we didn't know what Fusion was. But junior year, I actually redesigned it in Fusion 360 and made more renderings. And I was thinking about 3D printing it again and iterating once more. These are the final products, and I made a slide at the back. I decided on a circular design because I thought that at the time would direct the light better than a flat back design. The original design was a triangle with one flat back slide up. And for future iterations, I would likely use something better than reflective tape. My second project is dentistry stool. My motivation behind that is my own pediatric dentist, when I was a kid, had a little play center for kids. And I remember myself being very timid when walking in and like scared. It's a big, scary doctor. So I wanted to design something that kids could sit on while they're playing with toys that would be related to the field and help them calm down and realize that it was going to be okay. It's just a dentist appointment. I made this using Fusion 360 and CNC machining, and I included structural design in the fact that I didn't want the support structure to be too thin in any place that it would snap and break. And I'm happy to say that it in fact holds my weight, much less the weight of a small child. It is held together by bolts and threaded rods. And overall, I think it ended up a really good project. Third project, pocket socket. I made this because I know that in the mechanic field, you often lose socket wrenches all over the place, left, right, and center. And I wanted to make something that they could keep in their pocket, have always available, and has 3 commonly used sized socket wrenches. To do this, I used Fusion 360, and during that, I even did a safety test that could load, a safety/load test, so I could decide whether it's well enough designed to handle the torque of actually being used as a socket wrench. And the blue means that yes, it was designed pretty well. That's irrespective of the material used, unfortunately. We used plastic mold injection as well as laser cutting to make the mold. And I really enjoyed the plastic mold injection personally. That was one of the most fascinating parts of my time at Berry. And I really enjoyed it. Fourth project, Infratrack. We made this during 399 final project. The motivation behind it was we had a community partner named Dr. LaPointe. He did not know where his employees were within his practice. He wanted to know where they were, how long they were in that room, what they were doing while in there. And so our method of figuring this out and giving him this information was infrared technology. We had an infrared badge and an infrared receiver. Each employee would get an infrared badge, and each room would have an infrared receiver. So whenever an employee walks into the room, it notifies the system via the infrared receiver that sends it to a PHP database that the employee is in the room. Designed the PCB on EasyDA once more, and I also made a Fusion 360 design for the case of the badge and the receiver. That is the database right there. And the information that he really wanted was, that Dr. LaPointe really wanted was that he wanted to know how long each employee was taking during tasks, because he's mostly focused on efficiency. He's a very efficient guy. That's one way to describe him. My capstone project is the interval alarm. My promise space is collegiate football players recovering from post-concussion syndrome can develop eye irritation and headaches because they use computers to write papers when they are resigned to their dorms. My personal motivation behind this project is I've had 2 concussions in high school, and my major symptoms and the symptoms of my fellow players that I asked before I started this project were sensitivity to light and sound. Those were the 2 major symptoms. For the purposes of this project, I focused on one of them, which was light, and did background research to find out that blue light, unnatural blue light, is the most harmful light to the human eye. Natural blue light comes from the sun, but unnatural light that comes from all computer screens, LCD, LED, there's too much, and because of the contrast of rooms, it harms the eye. And this is most prevalent in football players because they practice, they work out in the mornings, they practice in the evenings. What time do they do their homework or write papers? That's usually night when their lights off because their roommate's asleep and they have a bright screen, and Word also does not have a dark mode. So this is the setup screen. I designed it to be aesthetic and functional and easy to use, because people with concussions are essentially brain trauma. So the easier something is to understand, the more likely they are to use it. This is how I designed and accounted for blue light. On the left is I coded a way for my processing sketch to actually account for the blue light by, it takes a screenshot when you open the program and reads every pixel for the amount of blue light that is coming from that pixel. It then all sums it up together and goes through a series of if statements on what to do with that value. If the value was over on the 0 to 255 scale, if it was over 150, then that was a high intensity. If it was over 70, then that was medium intensity. If it was in the last section, then it was fine, low intensity. And then affected this was a base 15-minute work and 5-minute break beforehand. And it subtracted 5 minutes and added a minute break for high intensity and medium intensity. The interval alarm, as its name says, alternated between break time and work time to give the football players a time for their eyes to rest and recover from the intensity of the blue light. That's it working right there. And I found in my background research that the best way to prevent and reduce eye irritation is to take breaks and differentiate the focal distance of your eyes. What that means is if you're staring at a computer that's 2 feet away from you or 1 foot away from you, your eyes just focus on that so much that if you just changed it for 20 seconds, or in this case, 5 minutes, then you can reduce the amount of eye strain that actually happens. My future. Throughout my time at Berry, I have not found the passion that most people are looking for. I realize that this is called jack of all trades syndrome now, but I kind of felt left out that I didn't find a niche as well. But that didn't worry me too much because, as my dad told me, the more things you can do with your hands or your mind, the better off you are in the job. And that's another reason why I really chose creative technologies once I learned what was happening here, is there's so many problems that we get thrown at for each class that it just really fascinated me. So I have three main options that I am thinking about for my future. A job, which I have yet to apply for, is UX UI design. That's user experience, user interface design. And specifically, I am looking towards being a product evaluator at Home Depot. Now, what is that? A product evaluator is someone that at Home Depot would evaluate products. They take the product apart, they use it, they figure out how it works, how efficient it is, if it's not efficient, and then they decide, do we carry that product in our store? Where do we place it in the store? What section do we place it in? Where would it be used? And they answer a lot of questions like that. And I find that really cool and fascinating. So that's a job that I'm going to look into. My second path is grad school, specifically product development. They're kind of related to a product evaluator, but I'd actually be developing products. That's a secondary job path, but I feel like I need more schooling, which is why it's listed under grad school. Because even with the extensive education and skills I've learned in Hackberry, I feel like to properly make a product, you need more education. My third job path or life path is to go get a technical degree / trade school. This is like the last option if nothing else works out, but I feel like I can get certified for welding or an actual electrician or plumber. I have most of the skills needed to do that already through personal experience and creative technology education, but the certification is actually needed to do that in any capacity professionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott. All right. So let's open it up for questions, comments, and feedback.
So you mentioned at the very beginning, you have a long history doing household projects like plumbing and carpentry, things like that. Looks like you're even thinking that in the future, that's still gonna be part of your life and maybe even your career potentially, right? But now you also mentioned just in the thing that you've learned about all these different software platforms that help you solve problems and remodel things, prototype and all this stuff. How does all of this new knowledge impact your thinking in terms of those more traditional, like household projects, more trade skill type things?
Well, I believe before I came to Barry, I had half of the picture. I had the hardware side. I was used to working with my hands all the time and trying to fix a problem that way. Now I have two paths that I can take, or a mixed path. I can go the hardware route, or I can go the software route, or I can make a combination. That's especially true with what we were learning this semester with Zane and product development and the actual process behind how you develop something for a specific target problem space. He made us come up with two different design alternatives, a hardware and a software. Think about which one would be better, write about it especially. And then, if possible, combine the two into a mixed solution of hardware and software and run with it. I chose the software alternative because I thought it would be, one, more applicable, two, easier to use for the football players, and I thought I had a three. But
very good, yeah.
And so for your capstone project, is that just a timer that does a certain amount of time on, a certain amount of time off?
Yes, they choose, but they can choose from three different sound options and 3 different time options based on the sensitivity of light or the sensitivity of their eyes. So each player can decide how well they feel that what condition their eyes are. Didn't explain that well enough. Sorry. But the graphs show what the time on and time off that they get, and
So I'm just thinking there are lots of applications for interval alarms.
Yes.
And so it seems like there are lots of applications for how this could be used. My most recent view of this is a personal productivity tool called the Pomodoro method, where this guy just uses a simple kitchen timer to focus on his work for 25 minutes and then take a 5-minute break. And he's got a whole regimen of how to do it based on a timer very similar to what you've created. So I think there's lots of opportunities for that project.
Maybe even for people trying to sleep, at some point in the night, they may be working on something, but I know a blue light also kind of triggers your brain to stay awake. I wonder if there's something very similar where if you if you look away for 5 minutes and do a little bit more work and then look away 5 minutes, maybe by the end of your essay or whatever, it'd be easy for you then to go straight to the point. It'd be more restful. I don't know.
That's most likely possible. I encountered that in my research as well, but I guess
So I've got a comment and then a question for you. One, I really liked the way that you were able to demonstrate iteration in some of your projects. Even in that first kind of 101 project where I saw you kind of stepping through just the many different forms and factors that you took and used the technology and the design skills that you had to kind of make progressive improvements along the way. And the idea that even you kind of revisited in another class later on and created an even higher resolution 3D model. I think that's something really cool to kind of embrace that iterative approach that you took. I did have a question about the plastic mold injection. Actually, maybe a two-part question. One, I'm excited to hear that you enjoyed that because I know that was a very frustrating project for a lot of people. And so I'm curious, what about that was very rewarding for you? And then also a small kind of designer question for that. How did you decide on the 3 sizes that you should embed into the design? So why did you like plastic mold injection? And how did you determine those 3 sizes that you were going to embed into the design?
Okay. First part, that relates to Dr. Grout's commercialization class. I've always liked the fact of, or the section of industrialization. I like how our products could possibly go on to be produced in a factory. And have you ever watched any of those like satisfying videos that show a factory line moving through? I've always liked those. So it fascinated me that I was seeing it firsthand what plastic mold injection actually was on a small scale. And part 2 of that is I researched the most commonly lost and used socket wrench sizes, and I actually sized them in Fusion 360.
So I'm assuming that you had a 10mm socket in there?
I forgot specifically which ones I used, but I do remember the research.
Yeah, 10mm are the most lost socket size. Like it's actually kind of the point where it's a meme now, where like nobody has 10mm sockets ever. So I like the fact that you did that research and kind of found what would be useful because I have succumbed to losing those sockets as well. So
I would guess you were doing SAE as opposed to metric.
I believe so. This project
so probably what 7/16 through 9/16.
Other questions for
Kyle?
Kyle,
I've been chastised by my wife for watching, movies, and she's, kind of pointed to this blue light phenomenon, how it destroys my, my sleep patterns, etc. And it struck me. This mostly as a comment. I'm wondering if you kind of thought about it, but it sounded like you were just taking one sample at the beginning of your of a user's session, a screenshot, then analyzing that screenshot. And it occurred to me that it would be kind of cool to analyze an entire movie and give it a rating on whether you should bother watching this, at night, if it's going to keep you awake because of the saturation of blues, like, I don't know, Waterworld, an old film like that, or something that's, much darker and it's going to be easier on your eyes. And that rather than having someone just think anecdotally, like that was a dark movie or a very bright blue movie, have your technology actually kind of analyze it, frame by frame, and, do a rating so that people would know, hey, honey, it's okay for me to watch this movie. Kyle has given it a late night viewing, thumbs up because of it's science, honey. It's science.
Or a rating that says you should start watching this film no later than 8 or 9 p.m. So it's
Right.
Your sleep patterns.
Yeah. Or are you tired? Watch this movie.
You could relate it to milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah, all kinds of riffs on that. Anyway, had you thought about kind of going not necessarily with movies, but kind of expanding what you're analyzing in terms of the blue light and the feedback you're giving to users?
Iteratively, yes. I thought for future versions I could not just read once, but read twice, like take a screenshot based on the time, and include a time aspect in that, like every 10 minutes, it takes a new screenshot. Because you can change desktops, you can change documents. So my program it is now kind of inefficient in taking just one screenshot at the beginning and reading it just once. But I do like the idea, and it could even be applied to movies, as you said.
I like the idea in general of just the idea that you could dynamically monitor someone's screen and give them periodic, reminders to say, hey, you've been staring at a screen for a really long time. Maybe it's time to take a small break. And that could go across any kind of productivity software or just leisure activity. I know things like Facebook, I think, are primarily like with a blue color scheme. And I know there's probably a whole subset of the population that probably spends too much time on Facebook to their detriment, and probably late at night. And so kind of with a lot of these projects, what I really like is that you guys focus on a very specific audience by design, but you come out on the other end having developed technologies that I think could have broad application and solve lots of other people's problems as well. And so the idea that you are dynamically changing how long somebody should work and how long someone should take a break based on the amount of blue light in their screen, I think in and of itself is just a really clever, approach to, again, for you, what was a very personal, specific problem. But as kind of other people have mentioned, may have broad-reaching applications as well. So I think that's something to be, iterated on and pursued. But I think there's a lot of interest there.
If you mount it on glasses, you can do it for the entire environment. Wouldn't have to be just the screen.
So you think about people that are working in fluorescent light areas where, more industrial areas where they're going to be exposed to that longer. I could definitely see that being a pattern that would develop. So. Other questions or feedback for Kyle?
You said in your technique that you had incorporated a lot of it's specifically to the word aesthetic. And I've noticed in a lot of the projects you presented, there was like a decent amount of like book color twist out of it. And specifically like your capstone project, where the aesthetic, like how it looks, can actually affect the function with the blue light that which I think is awesome. I'm just kind of curious, like your mindset when you go into these like flashlight plants. What is your mindset with the aesthetic and like picking a lot of the options, or like the color choice within your the expert? What's your mindset when you go into the aesthetic part?
Well, I know they're supposed to be equal, but I choose form first. Like I try and make it functional first, and then spruce up the functional design with aesthetic. I try not to focus on aesthetic first, because for myself, I try and focus on something that works first. So the convertible lantern, I researched how to better direct light, and a circle wasn't the first option, but it was on the list somewhere. So I designed the product, the casing and enclosure with a slide that would slide up. And then I tried to make it look nice. And for my capstone project, I specifically chose colors like the dark gray, so that it wouldn't affect the brightness of the screen and would essentially show very little blue light. For the, did you ask about the wrench color?
Yeah.
Which part, the renderings or the actual plastic mold injection?
Yeah.
So for the rendering, I probably should have re-rendered, but I didn't choose that color. And the plastic mold injection, those were that was the plastic we had on hand. We ripped up tops of bins. Plastic mold injector.
So aesthetics can mean colors, but it can also just mean the overall form. So like for a good example with the wrench, right? You also had to kind of decide what the overall shape of the outside was. And that can have a large impact, not just in how it looks, but also in terms of how people are able to use it. Was there a thought process that went into the kind of the exterior contour of that wrench that gave it both aesthetic, form, and functionality?
Well, this could be related to how I chose its name. I was originally going for an avocado or pear shape, and I was thinking about naming it the avocado wrench or something like that, or the pear wrench. But then I decided for a more functional name that kind of described what it is. The pocket socket. It's a socket wrench that you could put in your pocket. And, but yes, I originally designed it to look like a pear or avocado shape.
Did you find that that was going to have like, so as an idea, like that's cool. So I think about the idea of these, the name is escaping me. They're essentially the self-protection tool that looks like a kitten head.
I don't know what it's called either.
Right, but it looks like a cat, right? And you kind of put your fingers through its eyes, and the ears are pointy, and it's meant to kind of ward off an attacker. Oh yeah, Luke is holding one up right now for us. And so with this, like clearly someone was inspired by the shape of a cat, but that shape in and of itself has functionality associated with it. So as you thought about a pear or an avocado, those are fun. Like I like those. Did you find that there ended up being a connection to how somebody would hold it? Like, is that a good shape to fit someone's hand, did you find? Or like, how did that idea of a pear and avocado play into the actual ergonomics of someone being able to use this and build up enough torque to, take off a bolt?
Well, a pear is the pear shape contains two circles, one big and one small. I could show you back in the slide, but circles are very strong shapes. I don't know if they're the strongest shape, but it helped, that design helped, and this was shown in the load test / safety survey, that it was a very strong design and it wouldn't really break under the torque.
When you held it in your hand, did it feel good? I guess I'm talking about that kind of ergonomic user feel. How did you feel as that played out?
It was about the size of my hand, and the smaller circle could be gripped. Well, the top half of it, I guess, could be gripped in order to actually torque when trying to actually use the device.
Looks like Mariah's got something.
Yeah, so real quick, Kyle, based off kind of what you've talked about and your interests and stuff, I wonder if you might look for positions that are basically designing smart home implements, because I think that's becoming pretty common in, like with smart refrigerators and freaking AC and heating, like the Nest, thermostat, that's the word. But I think you could be able to kind of combine that trade and technology into something pretty cool.
I do find those interesting, so I'll do some research about it. Thank you for the suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Kyle.
All right, we're gonna change over to Jack.
Yep, and good luck. You're all Jack. It's been occupied for a while. So next up, we have Jack. And Jack, you are welcome to begin as soon as you're ready. All right. Clicker right there if you need it. Oh, next to the laptop. There you go.
Got it. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Jack Connally. I am a creative technologies major here at Gray College and a creative writing minor. And this is my portfolio. So before I talk about, what I've done at Hackberry and what it's taught me, I wanted to talk about how I got to Hackberry. And interestingly enough, it all started with a broken Xbox. In my senior year of high school, my Xbox actually broke down. It was having some internal component troubles, and I had to call Xbox support and try and figure out what the problem was and see if I could get it fixed. And it took a very, very, very long time, and I made a lot of calls speaking with Xbox representatives. And through that process, I got to talk to them a lot about what they did at their job and the processes that they took to actually solve these problems, and how an Xbox actually worked. And through these conversations, I just got very interested in what makes the technology tick. I had always been around technology. As you can probably tell, one of my biggest hobbies has always been gaming, and still is, and I'm going to talk a lot more about that. But I had never really understood what that technology did and how it functioned. And that got me very, very interested in that, as well as the process of troubleshooting. It seemed like something that was very fun and interesting to me. So once I started looking at colleges, I kind of had an idea of what I wanted to do, and that was IT. I first heard about Berry College from my friend Hunter Abel, who told me about his experiences in the WinShape College program here and the BITS program, which is Berry's IT office. And so that's what kind of initially drew me here and got me to visit. When I visited, I loved the campus. I really liked the school. But what sold me was I actually went to a presentation by Dr. Grout on Hackberry and the CRT program. And as soon as I saw that, I knew where I wanted to be. And that's how I ended up here. So my portfolio theme is video game inspired flat pack design. As I mentioned before, video games has always been one of my biggest hobbies and one of my biggest interests. It's something I grew up doing and something I still love doing even to this day. I've always been very interested in the vast worlds and just the very creative storytelling that people, teams of people really have packed into each of these games. And I grew up playing a lot of them like Halo, Destiny, and Super Mario Bros. And they really fuel a lot of the interests that I hold even today. Flat pack design was actually an interest I picked up here at Hackberry. I had never done any kind of project-based stuff before. So all the skills I learned here were completely new to me. And through that, I ended up learning that I really, really enjoy hardware-based design. I really enjoy building iterations of something and taking it piece by piece and building it in sections. And I really, really like working with my hands. And my interest in woodworking and by extension flat pack design kind of came as a result of that. It was just a natural extension. The first project that I'll be discussing is the Hackberry Multicade. This was my CRT 101 final project, and I made this project with Alex Bryce. And it is a retro tabletop arcade that plays all games up to the Nintendo 64. We built it out of wood slices, the actual cabinet, cut out according to a blueprint that we found. And we fashioned it to look like, a retro arcade machine would in an arcade back in the 80s. And we bolted it together using nails and wood glue. We built it in sections, and we actually left some parts open so that you could go in and mess with the internals later. And we installed buttons and joysticks to recreate, that arcade feel and make it a proper arcade machine. And we even installed a second one so you can play two-player games on it. The actual screen inside of it is a computer monitor that we placed inside. And the games are actually run off of a Raspberry Pi running an emulator software called RetroPie. As I mentioned before, that allows you to play all games up to Nintendo 64, and you can add as many games as you want to it. All it takes is for you to get the files off of the internet and upload it to the actual arcade machine using a flash drive. This project was the first woodworking project that I ever did, and that got me really, really interested in woodworking from there on out because I just had a lot of fun building it, and I really enjoyed that process. And kind of the reasoning for doing this project in the first place was because I was very, very interested in emulation. I actually grew up playing a lot of old games because my parents actually couldn't afford to buy me new ones. And I just have a very deep respect for the games that kind of built the video game industry into what it is today and the things that they would later go on to inspire. And this project got me really, really interested in preserving some of these games, you know, kind of seeing that process, how that's done firsthand. And since then, I've actually been doing a personal project of mine where I've been going and cataloging and preserving games that I felt were either culturally important or just important to me or just interesting. And this kind of started out of this project here. My second project is the Master Seat. I built this as part of an intermediate design studio lab, and it is a camp stool constructed from wood slices and threaded rods. It was constructed in that way so that you could actually just take it apart and store it easily. And the reason it's called the Master Seat and that design on the front of it is out of my love for the video game Halo. Halo has always been one of my favorite games. It's still one of my favorite games. I play it all the time, and I really just wanted to, you know, incorporate my love for the franchise and the respect for what it's done in my life into this design. Before I actually, you know, cut it out onto the wood and everything, though, it was originally rendered in Fusion 360, and I passed it on there to cut using the Crawlbot. This was actually the first time I ever used Fusion 360, and funny story about this is I actually drew that entire logo by hand because I didn't realize that you could just transcribe logos over, which took a very, very long time and was a very painstaking process. But once I eventually got that done, I cut it out using the Crawlbot and then painted it. This actually began my interest in Fusion 360 because even though I struggled with it and had a lot of trouble getting this done, I saw that there was a lot that you could do with the program. And I was very interested in learning how to use it so that I wouldn't have struggles like this in the future. And I just saw that there was a lot of merit in doing so. And it was actually a very fun program to use. And as such, that actually led me to be in the 3D modeling and design class. And I built this project here, which I call the Switch Cabinet. This is my final project for that class. It is a render of a custom game setup shelf with a 2-scale TV and Nintendo Switch. I actually built this project as kind of a design plan of a shelf that I actually intend to make later on. It's built in sections and has proper measurements for that purpose. And this is actually intended to be a shelf that I would use to store all of my games and consoles and have my TV. And the TV is actually 2-scale. It's the one I have in my dorm room right now. And same with the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch actually has all the functions that a Nintendo Switch would have, meaning that you can actually take the screen off the dock and you can take the Joy-Cons off and move all the buttons and joysticks around. And the shelf also has moving drawers for where you would store the games. As I said before, this was designed in Fusion 360. And this was the project that kind of taught me the more advanced capabilities of Fusion. I really tapped into everything that I learned in the class in order to make this. And I had never taken on a project at this scale before. And I really had a blast with it because I got to take everything that I had learned and incorporate it into this design. And I just had a real blast with it. And it showed me just how far I'd come since I first started in the class. And that brings me to my capstone project, which is Wrist Track. Wrist Track is a carpal tunnel prevention tool for use in the workplace, specifically for elderly women. And it is a software that keeps track of a user's work pace on a computer and assigns the user a break when the work pace exceeds a healthy level. The idea for this project actually came from my job here at BITS through discussions with my boss, Travis Helton. He told me about some people that he knew that had trouble with the condition, and his experience with his prevention efforts, so that he didn't get it. And also, I just observed several users here on campus struggling with the condition as well. And I got very curious about what it actually was, because I had heard of carpal tunnel but never really investigated it, and how widespread it actually was. And in my research, I found that it is actually very widespread, especially in workplaces that use a lot of computers, which nowadays is most workplaces. And as such, I made this project to address that. And I wanted to address elderly women specifically because women are actually twice as likely to get carpal tunnel, and that risk is actually increased the older you get. So I wanted to make the project for the people who get the most benefit. Likewise, in my research, the reasoning for doing a software as opposed to my normal hardware-based design that I like to stick to was because in investigating, I found that there is actually a lack of software-based carpal tunnel prevention tools, especially when compared with hardware. There's a lot of ergonomic mice out there, and there's a lot of wrist braces out there, but comparatively, there weren't a lot of software methods, and especially not ones for the workplace or that had been widely implemented. So I wanted to make something that could have that potential and have that impact of providing a new prevention method. I definitely stepped outside of my comfort zone for this project because my processing knowledge was limited to basically having only taken one class on processing before this. And it really, forced me to learn a lot. But I went through with it because I felt that it would be the most helpful, and that the project could have a lot of impact. And it taught me a lot more coding knowledge than I originally came in with. And it made me a lot more confident in my own coding ability because I had never done anything like this before, especially with processing. So my wrist track is actually broken up into three main functions. The first, on the right over there, is what I typically refer to as the input bar. And the way the input bar works is in the program, I have a library that serves as a mouse and keyboard listener that actually detects every time someone types on their keyboard, moves their mouse, or clicks their mouse. The program takes all of these detections and assigns that to a value that increases if they are detected at a certain pace. This value increases and actually controls a progress bar that raises along with it. The progress bar is meant to give an accurate display of someone's pace while they're using a computer. And so if you enter inputs really rapidly, it goes up. But if you were to take a break, it would reflect that, and that bar would actually start to go down. It also changes colors to kind of communicate to the user when they have exceeded certain thresholds, and when their pace has started to pick up a bit, to kind of signal them that they maybe need to slow down. However, if the user does not, and they exceed those thresholds, the bar continues to fill up. And once it fills all the way up, they are flashed this up here on the top right. This is the function that I refer to as the feedback screen. The feedback screen flashes the user a warning and tells them to take a break. And then it actually gives, the option to give the program feedback. It has three buttons that allow the user to actually log their symptoms and if the break came up fast enough. And the height of the input bar, which triggers the breaks, is actually manipulated based on their feedback. It's either raised, lowered, or kept the same. And that is applied on every subsequent restart of the program. So all of the changes that the users make on this screen are actually kept. After they make their selection and log their symptoms, they are given a 15-minute break timer from which to take a break and rest their wrists a bit so they don't overwork them. Additionally, they are also given the total work time that they spent using the program before the break was given, so that they can kind of know in the future when they should probably start taking the break. After the timer counts down and gets to 0, it sounds an alarm to signal the user the break is over, and the program restarts and the process begins again. So post-Hackberry, I actually have accepted a job as an IT support specialist at CBMC, which is Christian Business Men's Connection, which is a ministry organization in Chattanooga. I will be moving to Chattanooga as part of this job. And while there, I plan to further my IT career that I've kind of been developing here at Berry. And I also plan to begin writing some of the stuff that I've been putting, that I've been writing in my creative writing classes.
So let's open it up for questions, comments, and feedback for Jack.
You mentioned early on that you just really enjoy working with your hands, building things physically and all that. But in the future, it sounds like you're going to be doing IT work and some writing and everything. Do you have any plans about how you might still do physical type of work here in the future?
I definitely want to look for more maker spaces in Chattanooga. I definitely enjoyed like all the projects I got to build here, and I would like to continue doing them. They'd probably be on my own time, but that doesn't really bother me. I'm fine with that.
Maybe try to keep it talk to.
You should talk to Kate. Kate is all connected. So Kate's on the screen there.
Yeah, I was about to say, please, I'm happy to share my contact information, or Dr. Grout can do that. But I'm on the board of Chat Lab Makerspace here. It's a open membership lab. We've got, 3D printers, we've got laser cutters, we've got welding, woodworking, a PC lab, and we're putting in a jewelry and glass fusion lab right now. So yes, please, I would love to talk to you when you get here. Let's have lunch, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And good job.
I would love to take you.
Could you talk a little bit about, is there, in the Venn diagram of life, you've got creative technologies, you've got creative writing. Are they disjoint? Do they overlap? What are your thoughts about those two different kinds of creativity?
I'd say what kind of joins them together for me is taking those ideas and actually turning them into something real. Because of course, every project that you make here at Hackberry, it starts as an idea and you then have to kind of go out and build it yourself, whether for a class or just on your own time. And I found that the same is true for creative writing as well, because often when I'm writing my stories, it starts just with a simple idea that I'm like, oh, maybe this would be cool. And then I just turn it into a whole fleshed out story as I go along.
Good. So I have a question for you, kind of from a technical process standpoint. So your theme kind of revolved around this idea of flat pack design. And in flat pack design, one of the motivations behind designing something for flat pack is efficiency. And that can sometimes mean just even how you lay out your materials to be cut on a sheet of material. You're trying to kind of use every bit, without a lot of waste left over. Did you find that idea of kind of efficiency working its way into any of your designs? And if so, can you share an example?
Sure. Let me think about that. For the arcade machine, particularly efficiency came in because we wanted it to be a particular size. So all of our wood pieces that we cut out had to match and had to align correctly in order to form the complete cabinet. And we had to kind of keep in mind that we both needed to leave enough space inside for all the internals, and so that it was still small enough to be a tabletop as well. So that's kind of where that efficiency came in, on just making sure that everything aligned correctly, and that we weren't wasting any of the space on the inside of the machine as well, because there was a lot that we had to put inside.
Other comments?
Yeah, Jack, that first project, the one you were just referring to, made me think that, you know, you might be the IKEA of home video gaming. You know, creating something that would arrive in a small box that, you know, could be assembled into a, you know, a retro game console. That was a thought. That was a thought I had. I really admire the work that you're doing in that realm. I have a question about your or more of a comment about your carpal tunnel software. I loved how you're using user feedback, that you're not assuming that you can write the code or, you know, set up the metrics that are going to, you know, dictate how what a user should do, but you're actually using their feedback to train your own software to, you know, be appropriate for them. And I love that you did that. I love that you closed the loop on that. And you know, let me ask you, you know, what had you do that? What did you think to provide that feedback loop for the user?
What led me to provide that feedback loop for the user was actually a conversation with one of my stakeholders who is a wrist surgeon, who actually suggested that idea of allowing them to log their own symptoms. And I thought that would be helpful just because in my research, I found that carpal tunnel is very variable. No two people kind of experience the same way, at least in terms of like the rate of development and maybe even some of the symptoms. And I wanted the program to kind of reflect that as well and allow users to kind of tailor their experience to their own experience with the condition. And that's what led me to include that function, was because I saw a lot of merit in having that function.
Well, it's brilliant also that you reached out to an expert in the field, you know, and interviewed them as part of your design process. You know, that's really super smart.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Other comments?
So, project specific to your capstone, the wrist, the carpal tunnel thing. I was curious, what exactly are you tracking when you make the determination that like you're working too much? Is it just like mouse movements and clicks?
Specifically, it is detecting key presses on the keyboard, movements of the mouse, and clicking on the mouse. The way that I actually determine, you know, what is unhealthy and how it tracks the rate and things like that is I developed an algorithm that kind of determines that. And I determined this algorithm using data that I collected during testing with some of my stakeholders. I detected the amount of key presses they could do in a minute, the amount of mouse clicks they could do in a minute, and the amount of average times they move the mouse in a minute. And I used that to kind of construct that algorithm and determine when it is too much.
Awesome.
Yeah. One of the really unique things for the seniors who've been through the capstone process before, the alumni who've been through that before, one of the unique things that Jack did was he actually did a study before he developed his prototype. And so like
Yeah.
you all had to go do your user testing just one time. He essentially developed his own study that he did before he even started developing his project to better inform his design, then created the design around that study, and then did a follow-up study to see the effectiveness of it. So he sort of did 1.5 capstone projects. And I think that's led to a lot of the development you guys have seen here. It's something really unique that he went out and did on his own volition and really involved a lot of the design with that.
It's a good student right there.
So would you call that a cap boulder project as opposed to a capstone project?
So,
No.
But I think y'all can see the benefit that had in terms of the types of decisions that he was making and really getting to know his users quite well. So really well done.
Just so I understand, that meant you went to people with carpal tunnel, had them type and click and track that, and that was the basis for your application.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That's very good.
All right, Jack. So you're taking these new digital, I don't know, cultural phenomenon, and you're essentially bringing them to, the real world, how do you determine, I don't know, what video games would make the best designs for the real world? How do they impact your aesthetic choices? And how do you just, go through the process of design, of taking these digital things and bringing them, into the physical world?
Typically, whenever I determine, what game I'm going to base a project on, it's based off of games that I really love, either games that I grew up playing or games that I played and I was like, wow, that was amazing. Like, I want to tell more people about this. And I make these projects in order to tell more people about this so that when they see this project, they're like, oh, I've never heard of this game before. Like, what it's about. So they go and check it out for themselves. I just want to make the things that I find interesting more accessible, I guess. And that's what leads me to incorporate them into the project.
Is that a question, Mariah?
Yeah, it took me a second to find the unmute button. Okay, so especially given the fact that you did some research beforehand, what was your design alternative?
My design alternative was actually an ergonomic mouse, because as I said before, and definitely more of a hardware-based person, and I wanted to do hardware because that was what I was more familiar with. But as I also stated in my research, I found that there are a lot of ergonomic mice already out there, and that it would have been really hard to bring something new to the table. And I felt like a software had a much bigger opportunity to bring something new to the table.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jack. Ooh, I almost hit the end Zoom button. That would have been disastrous. All right.
Hello, Katie.
All right.
Good job, Jack. I think it passed. I don't know.
No, you're good, Liz. All right. So next up, we have Katie. And all right, Katie, here's your clicker. And you're welcome to start as soon as you're ready.
Is it the right button that is?
It is.
All right. Hi, my name is Kearns, and this is my portfolio review. So I'm going to start with a little bit about me. So growing up, I was always a creative kid. I loved the outdoors, and I was always drawn to math and problem solving. And I had this childhood dream of being a toy designer. So some studies and experience I have now, here at Barry, I started as a mathematics major, and then I found this thing called creative tech. And I feel really fulfilled with these two majors. And then on campus, I work at the ropes course, and at home, I also work at a ropes course in the drawing place. So I'm pretty involved with the outdoor industry as well. And then I was also a STEM educator for the Open Door Home. I'm going to talk a little bit about this later on in a second, but this is kind of where I grew a passion for technology for kids. All right. So my theme is developing stimulating hands-on technologies for kids. So moving on to my first thing I'm going to talk about, which is the Open Door Home. The Open Door Home was a job that I had on campus, like I said. It is a foster home for underprivileged youth. And Barry students would come over and do tutoring and teaching for them. So I got the opportunity to go over and teach STEM topics and some CRT topics as well over there. So I got to develop curriculum and do about a 2-hour session with the kids once a week. The students were ages 13 to maybe 16, so kind of middle school to high school age. And we did a whole lot of hands-on things. These are just some of the projects that we did. They kept a lot of the projects that we did because they were proud of them and it was exciting, but here's some that they didn't really keep. But some of the labs that we did a lot of rapid prototyping, 3D modeling and printing, vinyl cutting, soldering, origami, which was a little bit of my math stuff. And then one of my favorites was the Arduino programming lab that we did. So
that one was interesting because we had a couple students in the class that had a interest in just electronics. One of them in particular talked about how he took apart TVs and different things. And so that was fun to get to show him how some of those things worked. So it was really exciting to see him plug in the LED for the first time and make it blink. It's just a really good, or it's really fun to watch him get excited about it. And I think he ended up actually buying an Arduino kit after one of these sessions, and he brought it in and we showed him how to use like some of the other stuff in it. So yeah, it's fun to see the kids have a interest stemming from some of the stuff that we were teaching. So this experience for me personally gave me an interest in making technology, specifically educational technology for students. I never really wanted to be a teacher, but doing this made me realize that there are a lot of ways that can be improved when showing kids these technologies. So moving on to my next project. So this one is my giant breadboard. This was a hackathon project. It was inspired by the Open Door Home. So when I was doing that Arduino lab and I was using the breadboards, if you know anything about a breadboard, it's super tiny and they are like, you use it to connect wires and it's connected in a very specific way that is sometimes hard to understand. So trying to show a group of students how a breadboard works was a little bit tough. I ended up having to go around and show each individual student how the breadboard was connected and how it worked. So I came up with this idea of just making it giant. So it can be used as a teaching tool, and you can stand up in front of the class and connect the breadboard and kind of show the students how it works. Or it could be a hands-on technology where a group of students can sit down with it and kind of mess around with it and play with it and see if they can turn the LED on. And yes, it is a fully functioning breadboard. There is a LED that turns on. So it is connected just like a breadboard. So it's got like the rows connected and the columns are connected. And I use little audio jack plugs and then audio jack cables as like jumper wires. And I also have those on the little ends of the LED as well. So it turns the LED on, and yeah, pretty proud of this one. So my next project that I'm going to talk about is the Fusion Perplexus model. So this was for my Fusion 360 class. This was the final project that I had. So if any of you guys know what a Perplexus is, it is a puzzle toy for kids, and it has a little marble in it. It's an existing toy on the market right now, but the little marble in it, you put it on the track and you spin the toy and twist it to keep the marble on the track and follow it all the way to the end. I used to play with these all the time, so I was inspired to design it. My original idea was to design a new track and have my own track. That didn't really work out because it's a little bit difficult. So I decided to go at it at a different mindset. So I went at it thinking about how you would manufacture something like this. So how would you design it to be manufactured? So I designed it in a way where each of the colors could be 3D printed and put together and eventually make the toy. So while doing this, I had to keep in mind kind of tolerances, the measurements needed to be correct. I needed to make sure that everything fit and be exact about it. So that took a little bit of time. I also needed to keep in mind if this was in the hands of a kid, would it work? Would the marble stay on the track? Are the sides tall enough? Things like that. So this was a cool experience. Took a lot of time. Looks good. All right. So my next project I'm going to talk about is Gracie's Adventure. This is my gamepad device. So this is a side scroller adventure game. It's all about a cat. Her name is Gracie. She is lost and she's trying to get home. So her journey home is shooting hairballs at enemies and jumping over puddles of water. So she has 5 levels and 3 lives. Here are some of the little sprites that I designed. And yeah, so here's a little demo. So while designing this, I had to keep in mind if a kid was playing with it,
I had to think about, is it easy enough for a kid, but is it challenging enough where it's entertaining? So I actually ended up testing it out with my 10-year-old cousin, and he had fun. He enjoyed it, but he kept dying near the lakes or the little puddles, mostly because of the tolerances. They were a little bit too small. So testing that out with somebody made me realize some of the things that I maybe have overlooked, which was cool. But it is like not perfect. It's a little bit glitchy. Some fun things happen when you play with it. But overall, this was a turning point for me when it came to programming. So I had kind of a hard time with programming before this. And this game was challenging to program. There were lots of cases within cases within cases. So just learning a lot of higher level coding concepts was within this project. And I grew a lot from it and carried a lot of these skills later on for the rest of my career in CRT. All right, so moving on to my last project. This is Build-A-Bit. This is my capstone project. So Build-A-Bit is a way for young girls ages 10 to 12 to be creative and grow their interest in technology. So I noticed in the educational technology market, girls were often left out of it or not directly marketed towards. And girls who don't really have family members or parents that have a interest or experience in technology, these kids have a really hard time getting introduced to it. So I decided to make Build-A-Bit. It is a building set that allows kids to incorporate technology into their builds. So it starts with these metal pieces. These metal pieces are plasma cut, and there's 6 different shapes, and they can use the shapes with these magnets over here to make different structures and things like that. There are many, many ways to connect the magnets with the metal pieces. And then we've got the electronic bits in the middle. I like to call these guys bits. And they all have magnets on the underside so they can be placed within the build and be used. So taking a little deeper dive into the bits. So the one on the far left here, that is the motor bit. So it is a little servo. It's got 2 functions. So there's a little push button right there that gives a single sweep when you push the button. It sweeps 180, sweeps back. And then we've got a switch. So when that is switched to the green side, it will do an automatic switch 180 back and forth and give it kind of like a sweeping motion. And then for the LED bit, we've got a red, green, blue. So each button will allow you to increase the value of that color. And you can mix the colors and explore with RGB values. And then there is a little clear button where you can clear all the values and start over. And then right here, we've got the battery. So with the battery, you can connect to the bits with JST cables. These little cables make it so that the kids can't plug them in backwards and make sure that the boards don't get burned out. But yeah. And moving on to some of the things that my users built. So while I was designing this, I needed to keep in mind a couple design objectives that I had. So the first objective was to make it so that circuits could be incorporated into a build. I wanted to make sure that they actually could use those electronics and got to explore with them. And then my next design objective was to make sure that they could build and create with these things. So this kind of idea was inspired by, if you've ever played Minecraft, the redstone function in Minecraft kind of gives builds a functionality. So my idea was to give builds a functionality by giving it movement and color and light. And then my last design objective was to make sure that discovery and play was put before traditional learning. So I didn't want to teach these students exactly how electronics worked. I just wanted to introduce them to the idea, let them get interested in it, and hopefully have questions after. And so when I tested, these 2 girls over here were my actual stakeholders, and they both built a ton of things. And it was really cool to see them just have fun and actually get interested in some of the things that they were building and some of the like electronics as well. So some of them had some really intelligent questions. One of them asked like why she couldn't plug in the wires the other way, why magnets wouldn't connect a certain way. One girl asked, how do you make black light? Which was a question that people in 101 here in CRT are asked and don't know the answer to. So that was a really fun thing to see them ask such advanced questions and that they were curious about things that they were making and playing with. So yeah. All right, so some future plans. I've been applying to a ton of jobs, mostly jobs in the toy industry, educational technologies industry, and some STEM museums. I have a potential internship with the nonprofit 2 Degrees C. They showed some interest in working with me. Their product is looking to fill the gap in climate change or climate data, and mostly centered around the fact that climate data stuff is only placed at things like airports and stuff and is very stationary. So they're trying to make data, or they're trying to get data collected in places that matter the most, like national parks, things like that. So they're targeting people in the outdoor industry and looking if they could carry this cool product sensor that they have around and collect more data. So they also have a plan to use it as an educational tool about climate and technology. So that's kind of where I come in. And so that's kind of an area of interest. Still pending now, but yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Very good. All right, so we're gonna open it up, and I want to kind of start, Katie, with a comment and then a question. I love just the extreme amount of thoughtfulness that has seemed to go into each of your designs. That shows through in a lot of the polish of these, and seeing these as kind of things that I think are like one step away from just manufacturability is really exciting. That's a level of this polish that is just uncanny. So, you know, well done on just how much effort you put into your designs. Hearing you talk about things like, you know, fitment and tolerances, that's getting down to that granular level. That's really exciting to see.
Thank you.
I wanted to kind of touch on this idea of designing specifically for kids is a really unique design space in so much that you have to kind of put yourself in the mind of a kid and kind of not necessarily design the way that you would think that things would work, but rather that they would work. And so I'm interested in kind of what did your process look like, or research or testing look like to kind of get yourself in a better mindset for really designing for a younger person? How did you approach that?
Yeah, so I talked to a lot of kids. So specifically with my my capstone project, when I was designing this, I asked them lots of questions. I wanted to make sure that I designed things that were around the kind of like knowledge that they knew. So I asked a lot about like geometry questions, like what kind of math and like science things that they knew. So when I asked one of my stakeholders about the things that she might like know about like light and stuff, and she talked about that she recently had a class that talked about light and the way that colors mix. So that was cool. But yeah, I definitely needed to expose myself to how kids think, because it's very different than the way that I think. So especially working with those stakeholders after I built the thing was interesting, because there were some things that I didn't quite catch when I was interviewing them and talking to them before. And so it was kind of interesting to see. And that's why we do those user testing to see like what are the things that we missed when trying to design it.
Thank you very much. Again, just really impressive work.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a few comments and questions. The first two is for the breadboard.
Yes.
So I don't know if I ever like really told you about that, but that's my favorite project ever. Like I love the giant breadboard. So that's my comment. But my question is, I want to buy one for a discount.
Yeah.
And so like for real, I would be happy to like buy a giant breadboard. So
if you want the one I have, you can have it. I don't know what to do with this.
Oh, I would love it. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I get you.
So fantastic had you show actually video of them with their finished things, and they're
Yeah.
like, whoa. So
Yeah.
that's fantastic. But I'm wondering, when you did that user testing, did you do like, do you give any direction? Like, how was that set
Yeah.
up? It's just like give them the pieces, let them go. What was that process?
Yeah, so I had a little bit of a method when I was introducing that to them. So I first introduced them to the metal pieces and the magnets. I wanted to make sure that they got like pretty like comfortable, and it was something that might be familiar to them just because it's like geometry and things like that, just to get them comfortable. And sometimes the magnets were a little strong, so I wanted to make sure that they were like ready for that. And then when I introduced the bits, I gave them 2 little pieces of paper that had like labels on them to tell them what each like button did. They didn't really need it, which I was kind of surprised. But I did have like silk screen lettering on the board so that they could see what the buttons did and stuff. I was just worried that that wasn't enough,
Right.
but I think it was pretty good, so it worked.
So the things they made, there's no like, oh, you could make a robot or you
Yeah.
make an art. They just like started doing it and they
Yeah.
got the result.
Actually, I did start with one of my users with a with kind of a prompt, and the prompt actually it hindered her building process more than it helped. So I didn't give the prompt to the second user. But after I was like, don't worry about it. Actually, just build whatever you want. She like went and built like this like color spinner, which is it's not up anymore.
That top one.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
top one. She was like trying to spin the colors. So that was
yeah.
cool, but yeah.
That's cool. The fact that they were able to very little direction, is a cool thing, and they thought about it.
Yeah.
That's a cool product.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
And I like the idea that they were able to do like emergent kind of design where it's like it's specifically was tailored around not telling you what you had to build,
Mhm.
but rather just enabling you to build whatever you want. So I think to some extent, the fact that the prompt hindered them, to some
Mhm.
extent, I think shows some of the strength in your design objective where you wanted to make it kind of just an open kind of, creative space where they could make it whatever they wanted to. So
Yeah.
I think that's it shows a lot of, again, thoughtfulness that went into just how you designed it specifically for your target audience.
Yeah.
So you're using raw circuit boards. I think everybody else in this space is doing kind of containerized black boxes. Do you think that, do you like the raw nature of having the board showing them what's going on?
Yeah, that was actually a very intentional design choice. I wanted them to be introduced to circuit boards and what they look like, because I was not trying to teach them, I was trying to get them comfortable and not scared of technology. So the look of circuit boards can often be scary, like there's so much going on. So I wanted them to, in a controlled environment, see circuit boards.
I'm laughing at Mariah because she's going,
Oh,
In my language, Katie.
And I know from your user testing, I think you specifically, like you mentioned some really intelligent questions that they asked. Were some of them actually targeted toward like the actual circuit boards themselves?
yeah, I had one of my users, Peggy, actually asked about what the little spider looking thing was on it. And that was, she was talking about the microcontroller, the @tiny on there. And I was like, she's talking about the @tiny. She wants to know what it is. So like, because I was there, I got to tell her like, that's the brains of the board. Like that's how it works. So it's just exciting to kind of share that kind of knowledge, and they want to hear it. So
I like it. Like I like that John's kind of specifically bringing that up. It's like the intentionality behind exposing the technology. And it's that idea behind like the exploratorium, where it's like you should go in and have an experience that leaves you with the drive to go ask more questions.
yeah.
And I think that was a big driving motivation behind your design. And it was remarkably successful in that respect.
Yeah, thank you.
If you had to design curriculum based off the product you make, and you've done a little bit of, curriculum design, right? Where like, maybe they start off with what you have now, but then they have a more complicated thing, they'll go a little bit more depth, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
What would that look like? Do you have any thoughts?
I think so. The project was kind of catering towards trying to make like makers, I guess. So I think curriculum might look like problem solving, giving them a problem and trying to solve it within that. What's cool about like the motors and stuff is that you can actually make something that's like hitting something. So like if you put it over like a drum, it could like make music or something like
Right.
that. So just kind of giving intelligent prompts might spark some intelligent problem solving. So
Cool. I love it. So, questions, feedback from our other attendees? Yes, please.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant move for you to be thinking about STEM museums. I can, one of my favorite places in a STEM museum is in the book, is in the museum store. And I can't fill my cart up with enough of the cool looking, puzzles, toys, interactive things that I often find in a museum store. And I think you're heading right in that direction. Your giant breadboard is brilliant. The decisions that you made with regard to your capstone project, because it was obvious that you were kind of hands off, like there's no right way to do that. But at the same time, you were also making very intelligent choices that to avoid mischief, like having, your things, plug in a way so that, they're not going to do something that destroys the project, right? That burns out a circuit. And that you have a good sense of navigating that space between being hands off and making, safe decisions, putting up the guardrails, in the right places. And I hope to see your name on the side of some boxes in some museum stores in the future with some very, very cool toys that adults want to play with as well. Bravo, just great, great job.
Thank you so much.
I think one of the things that, especially with like your capstone project, you've made so many complex processes seem like they dissolved and disappeared. So the fact that you did, Fusion 360 modeling, plasma cutting, circuit design, soldering, programming, like literally pulling from almost every single pocket of fabrication technology that we have in the lab, and put it so cohesively into something where people don't see the seams of how you made it, they just see this experience that you created. Like, like kind of echo like, T-Mac's feedback. It's like, there's a very promising kind of career here because you really polished it all together.
I'm gonna hop on the gushing train since we're there now. Katie, you are the coolest. I love every single one of your projects. The giant breadboard, when you made that during the hackathon, I was like, I want that on my wall right now, just as like something to play with, as like an art piece, like you can change the circuit around, just like the coolest concept. The giant LED makes me smile. And I think it's just, Build a Bit is incredible. I love the concept. I love the fact that you're doing, the 3D modeling as well, especially going into designing toys and stuff. That's an excellent thing to start having a background in. Yeah, just phenomenal work. That stuff is so awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it, especially coming from you. So.
Yeah, to hop on that train of good job, great work. Even just sitting in the presentation that I was able to earlier this month, your thoroughness is just super inspiring. And it seems like you're on a good track. All those projects were super cool. And I feel like each one has its own almost retail potential already. So good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the giant breadboards have to happen. So
Yeah.
if you're not going to do it, let us know. We'll negotiate an agreement.
The giant breadboard scholarship fund's gonna make an appearance.
Or at least make it open source so we can all build our own and have fun with it. Yeah, Katie, it's a great project, super impressive. I love the project a lot. Your capstone's wonderful.
Thank you.
Katie, thanks for including us to view your capstone today. I think that, and also for the shout out for 2 Degrees C as part of your potential internship. We are actively trying to make that happen for you, and we believe that you do bring the kind of technology, resources that will help us achieve our goals as well. So we're very excited, and thanks very much for sharing today.
Yeah, thank you, Neil.
Any final comments for Katie? Very good. Thank you so much, Katie. Very good work. right, and we have one final presentation today, and that's going to be with Lewis. All right, and we'll get him set up here and start just in the next moment. All right, Lewis, here's your clicker, and you are welcome to start as soon as you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone who's attending right now. It really means a lot to us to be able to show up and give your feedback. So my name is Lewis. I'm a designer, inventor, outdoor enthusiast, and Dallas thinker, and I'm passionate about user experience and minimalist design. Before I get into talking about my projects, I want to just talk briefly about how I got here and sort of tell you about my very experience. So in the summer of 2019, I had this strong feeling that I wanted to travel the western half of the United States. And that was for two reasons: A, to have fun and see what was out there, and B, to figure out where I wanted to live after I graduated. So after research, I discovered the whole van life scene and decided that the best way to travel quickly and relatively safe is to convert my SUV. So that's what I did, and I lived out of it for a month. And it was a deeply formative experience, and it really struck a chord within me because I realized that other college students and other people my age don't really have the access or skills required to build out their vehicles so they can travel affordably. For my junior year, I focused on this project and all of my entrepreneurial and business classes. And at the end of that year, I was awarded the Don Thornton Entrepreneurial Fellowship. And that came with a grant. So with the grant, I was able to purchase the supplies to build my own CNC cutter. And currently I'm embarking into a learning process of CNC prototyping so that I can eventually offer this as a real product. So I want to talk about my design philosophy a little bit. I'm a religion minor, and it might seem like there's a great deal of duality between the religion minor and creative technology, but I've really found the opposite to be true. When you're studying another culture and their religious traditions, you really have to set aside your preconceived notion of their culture and set aside your culturally accepted norms to fully place yourself in their shoes. And it's really the same process for design, I've found. In order to fully understand your stakeholder in the problem space, you need to set aside your preconceived views of that issue. So with desire to be outdoors and live holistically, combined with my skills of prototyping and design, I can genuinely say outdoor technology is the intersection between my greatest desires, skills, and the needs of the world. Which brings me to my portfolio theme, encouraging outdoor enthusiasts to connect with the environment around them with affordable and compact. So what I mean by affordable and compact technology, affordable means that all of my stakeholders would be able to access it financially. I think that it would be ultimately a failure if I made something that my primary users wouldn't be able to afford. And what I mean by compact is that through minimalist design, I'm able to de-emphasize the prototype itself and emphasize the experience that that prototype is affording. All right, so Mod Camper, this is the prototype I've been talking about. So it was originally built using traditional woodshop tools and methods, and I used as much scrap wood as possible to be environmentally friendly. And it was a huge success for me. It provided comfortable and financially accessible travel for me. And I really had to commit to this design because I lived out of it for a month. And, you know, you really need to sleep well when you're driving for 7 hours a day. And one of the things you don't realize when you embark on a journey like this is there are some comforts at home that you really miss, like sitting on a couch, for instance. And the closest thing to sitting on a couch in your car is your back seat. Well, with this design, there's a fixed bed platform meaning you're not able to access your back seat. Additionally, you can't really use your trunk the same way you normally would if there's a bed in it. And so there were definitely some shortcomings to this design. And I saw a lot of room for improvement in its compactness, practicality for the average user. And I also wanted to make this a little bit more modular so people could easily customize it. The assembly process on this prototype is also rather complex, and I wanted to simplify that so that almost everyone could put it together in a short period of time. So I talked about my entrepreneurial and business focus on this project. The main classes that really impacted me were commercialization with Dr. Grout and innovation with Dr. English. So in Dr. Grout's class, I wrote a commercialization plan to make 1,000 of these relatively quickly. And that process really exposed the need for efficiency in production, which would result in a decrease in cost for the user. And then in innovation, I did a lot of market research and really honed in on my audience of this design and my segment within the marketplace. And so with this CNC cutter that I was able to build, I plan to learn CNC technology and develop flat pack design. And I will begin that process right after this semester ends. So I'm looking forward to that. I also have a goal of using minimal hardware so that the consumer doesn't really have to buy a lot of extra things to put it together. And I plan to launch a beta model in 2022 for user testing. Which brings me to the new design. So this has many improvements. It has these interlocking pieces that slide together, the whole thing kind of telescope together. And then there's a hinge between these two telescoping platforms that allows the whole design to compact nicely into the trunk. And so this way, users can still have access to the back seats of their car. And with the design folding up flat in the trunk, there's enough space to still use your trunk normally as you would in an SUV. And so this is a lot more convenient for users that are going to be taking weekend trips and want to be able to use their car without removing the prototype from it, the design rather. And so another thing about this interlocking mechanism is that it allows me to achieve a different level of efficiency. If I can use a single tool path to cut two pieces out. I've also estimated that this will take 3 4x8 sheets of plywood to produce. So there will be very little waste and very low cost to actually buy materials. I've also designed this in a way that the user will only need a hinge, an optional bottle of wood glue, and 5 bolts to assemble it. The kit would only contain 10 pieces. So I've been able to really simplify the whole process. And so my next steps are to begin fabrication and material selection to find something that's environmentally friendly. And I also plan to do some modular additions. So for my capstone project, I took a little bit of a turn. I did more digital technology and I built HikeLink. HikeLink is a device that allows long distance hikers on big trails like the PCT and the AT to locate one another and meet. And so it allows them to socialize a lot more effectively and easily. And it does this using point-to-point communication. So it doesn't require a cell phone tower or satellite to bounce a signal. And so the way this would work is hikers would have it clipped to their pack and it would notify the user whenever 2 devices have come in range of one another. And so with that notification, you would get a profile and a short biography section. The user would read through that and either accept or decline using these 2 buttons on the front of the device. And so if both users choose to accept, the device will do another exchange with GPS coordinates so they can locate and find each other on the trail. So in the future, I plan to find a job building or designing RV microvans or tiny homes. And I also plan to continue developing the mod camper concept and eventually offer them to the public as a kit. So I'm very excited for this. I'd also be really happy designing PCBs. So I've been looking at PCB design jobs. I haven't updated this slide yet, but actually been looking at a position that fits in PCB design. I'm also a musician, so I think that would be a great opportunity. That's all I have for you today. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, well, let's open it up for feedback and comments and questions. So I'll start. With the idea of PCBs and circuit boards, I know that in the kind of camper van industry, especially around people electrifying, there is a growing market and need for developing charge controllers and things to actually help deal with a lot of electronics that happen in these kind of livable spaces. One thing that's particularly interesting about that is a lot of them deal with DC circuits and actually working down to like 12 and 5 volt circuitry, which is kind of what we do a lot in the program.
Yeah.
And so I think if you found yourself working with a company that was specifically looking at either doing conversion kits or building them from scratch, I think both between the CNC work that you have, as well as that kind of familiarity you have with developing electronics and particularly circuit boards, whether that was working directly with a company or offering kits that people could use, I think there's a huge potential there. Like specifically with people trying to integrate more electronics into their builds. I think either working through a company or working entrepreneurially by offering people kits. I think there's a lot of potential there for you. So I like that you kind of threw that PCB bit in there at the end, because that really expands your reach with what you'd be able to do in that space.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in solar, like contained solar systems that are off the grid. And I've definitely spent some time thinking about how that process.
Yeah, because the solar stuff is really, you have to study a lot to figure that out.
Yeah.
And for your clientele, they don't necessarily want to do that. The other thing is if you could figure out ultra low electric features for very small spaces like you're talking about, that would be very different than kind of the regular RV sized stuff. And you can probably, you can light the back of your SUV with a couple of LEDs and run it forever on not much battery.
Yeah, exactly.
And no one's thinking about, I don't know of anyone who's thinking about that space.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that ultralight approach and kind of like that kit-based approach for the do-it-yourself approach.
Yeah.
We have to keep a non-technical audience in mind and allow them to kind of like customize it for them. I think your work shows a lot of thoughtfulness that would, again, kind of uniquely position you for that kind of design. So I think you're definitely right.
If you have an idea, as someone who's done that, right? What size that market would be of people who would want to camp out in the cars if they travel longer?
Yeah, it'd be primarily college students. I was speaking to a younger audience when you talk about for extended period of time. Yeah, and a lot of younger people are more tolerant, that sort of thing. Like I know Katie's going on a big road trip this summer. Yeah, and I think that the market can be larger for a simplified solar system, because then you're addressing all sorts of
Well, yeah, that is going to be people camping out in the car.
Oh yeah,
That'd be
and that could be even private contractors too.
Yeah.
And you don't have the whole emergency response market where
Oh, geez. Yeah.
where instead of buying a gas generator, you don't want to do the whole solar panels on the roof thing, but you still want some basic, like being able to charge your phone.
Right.
Now, phone charging by itself is well solved, but that next step up from that in terms of household operation.
Yeah. For instance, you can't charge your laptop off your car.
Right.
So let me ask you this question, Louis. So I saw Dr. Grout getting like super excited as you started talking about manufacturability and this iteration. And one of the unique things that I think has distinguished your presentation from maybe some of the other ones that we've seen today is you've really delved deep and iterated on kind of this similar concept over the several courses, several years. I think that's really unique because I think the work that you're presenting here seems like really well developed, and you've even presented a plan where you plan on offering this, as an actual product in the next year or so. How do you keep your interest and motivation kind of focused on one project where, other people kind of want to go explore like 10 different things? What has allowed you to kind of keep this laser focus on this idea that you're working on?
Well, I'm an extremely creative person, and I have a lot of different creative outlets. And so those are able to explore different things and keep my creative juices flowing, which in turn allows me to bring that creative approach back to this original design. Additionally, like I have ADHD, and that really allows me to hyper focus when I'm really interested in something. And so ever since I got into this van life thing and like realized it was possible for me, like making it possible for other people is such a rewarding. Like for instance, Katie telling me about going on a road trip, that totally made my day. So yeah.
That's very, like I said, it's very well developed and well polished. It's cool to see those iterative improvements, take place over the course of several different classes and years of working on.
I really loved your link to your other major. I would have not thought about that link, but you nailed it. So way to go. With your point-to-point communications, that's the low
end. Yeah.
What's the range on that?
So it really depends on your antennas. My range was not super great because I was using some pretty deep hit. But I think at best you can get almost 6 miles out of it. But that's not factoring in things like changes in the landscape, like hills and mountains, and also obstructions like. So yeah, it kind of depends.
One of the nice things I think we did with the design is you kind of focused on the passive interface of it, where it was meant to kind of encourage these kind of happenstantial kind of meetings. And so, yeah, the idea that you didn't want it to overtake the experience of hiking and appreciating the outdoors. Instead, if you happen to be in a good spot where somebody else connects, I actually like kind of the spontaneity behind how those connections were made, and to some extent, limitations of range notwithstanding. I think it actually that underlying idea of just kind of the spontaneity of making new friends along the trail.
Yeah, and I considered walking talkies too, and like walking talkie requires a lot of yeah, that passive approach. What makes this with walking talkie? The device notifies you and it doesn't bother you at that time.
Other bits of feedback and comments and questions?
I would love to see you iterate over a tiny home over the course of several years. I think the way that you think about the thoughtfulness that you bring to taking care of the things that are important, I would show up in I think very, very thoughtful ways inside of a tiny home where you're handling those types of constraints. And I love how playful you are in this, this highly constrained highly constrained spaces, and focus and keep the focus on the things that matter, comfort and security. Those things are show up in your design work. I would just love to see what you would do if you were taking that mindset and approaching it to a tiny home, again and again and again, and iterating on that. Just a comment. The world needs your thinking.
Thank you. Yeah, I would really enjoy working on a tiny
Feedback, questions from our Zoom folks, maybe?
You're a Italian thinker, but that didn't know. That's like a new platform. That's super cool. First off, I really enjoyed that slide where you did combine all of that. So like CRT and then your religion minor and then the outdoors. That really helped paint a picture of who you are and what you kind of wanted to do. I thought that was an excellent slide there. I'm wondering, could you expand on that connection? So how has CRT kind of impacted maybe like when you think about like Taoism, or how has that impacted CRT, or is there any connection there?
Yeah, so I think I briefly mentioned like how minimalism plays a role in compact design, and I actually strive to be a minimalist myself. I've been going through this process of minimizing the amount of stuff that I actually own while I bury, and so that's heavily rooted in Japanese philosophy, Taoism as well, and so Taoism is also this idea that there's this underlying like force that sets everything into motion, and they don't really have a name for it other than Tao, and they kind of say like, well, this word Tao is kind of biased. Like you really need to go out and experience it, and so through practicing that and minimalism, I've been able to at least identify for myself what actually matters, and what is necessary. And so when I apply that to my design thinking, like what is actually necessary? How can I eliminate any superfluous features whatsoever so that the design is de-emphasized and the experience becomes the important part.
And I think you see that in your capstone from the example earlier, is that it's so minimalist that you get to enjoy the high, right?
Right.
It still has the functionality where you meet new people and talk about what you've been doing, what they've been doing.
Right.
But yeah, I can imagine most people might make like an app and then it's like another Facebook for high.
Yeah. Well, it actually was in direct response to an app,
Okay.
because phone usage has become really normalized on trails. And one of the hikers I was talking to only uses paper maps. He doesn't mess with phones for navigation, anything like that. And part of his reasoning is, by using these manual orientation skills, I have to acknowledge my surroundings, and I have to, rely on my ability to connect with nature to get where I want to go. And so yeah, that definitely plays a role.
Awesome. I love that. I love this high level of thinking that you kind of evolved into. Hearing you use words like, I want the design to kind of fade away so that people can focus on the experience. Like that just represents such an advanced form of how to take an idea, connect it to a philosophy or an experience, and then design and iterate your way to the point where people aren't actually thinking about the product anymore. They're thinking about their mission, their goals, their experience. That conveys such mature and advanced thought about what it means to design and to solve problems. And like Chris said and John said, the fact that you're just conveying that back to a really unique design philosophy that you clearly spent a lot of time thinking about and refining, and to see that transferred into how you're even iterating and thinking about your products. I know, again, like we don't get to see the whole process of your capstone, but the fact that you went through several design iterations above and beyond kind of what was expected for the class, but because you were so driven by minimalizing that experience for your user, You were not satisfied until it continued to shrink. The 3 or 4 different PCB designs that you went through just shows that real commitment. And so when you talk about this design philosophy and belief that you have, it's awesome to see that manifest in your actual work and how you're approaching the project. There's a cohesiveness there, just phenomenal. So very, very well done on that. Any other questions, thoughts, or feedback for Lewis before we wrap up? Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Lewis. Appreciate the presentation today.
Yeah.
All right, so Lewis is our last presenter today. We will have more presentations tomorrow, starting at 9:30. We'll again, similar today, have it in 2 sessions, a morning session and an afternoon session. And so we would certainly welcome all of you that would like to participate. The Zoom link again will be the exact same link that we used for today, and so you're welcome to reuse that. For our external evaluators and alumni, again, just please feel free to share feedback on the Google form that we sent out. We will be passing that on to our seniors to help them know how they've done. But I really do appreciate just the hours and the effort that all of you bring into this program to help make this a really special opportunity for our seniors to get feedback and to share the many, many years of hard work that we've put them through in this program. So thank you all, and we hope to see many of you all again tomorrow.
Bye, Chris.